does he walk around like Dezo? Dezo! D-E-Z-O. Jazz transers. Alright, let's run through the checklist. So we have the checklist items. So we have our initial. Have we connected to VATSIM? We have not yet, so we're gonna go + November 6861 a Foxtrot, and it's gonna be a PA28. Do they not have a PA28? Out of all the different airplanes. Why doesn't... That's so weird. Why don't they have a... There we go. Okay, so Piper Arrow... Oh, that's why. The P28, so it's not PA28, it's P28A, and then the different models from there. I think ours, here we go. Cherokee Arrow, P28R. LAX Centaur, 126525. So I'm gonna message Center first and just check with them and make sure that their deal is with. But before we do all of that, you know what? I'm gonna make a new window. LAX Tower is online as well. I'm gonna make a new window. Here's what I'm gonna do, because I feel like no one's really understanding what the hell I'm going on about. So I'm gonna make a new window capture, and it's going to be, no, not Flight Simulator, it's going to be, yeah, there we go. Yeah, have it in the top, like, left, let's say. Right there. I wonder how what that's gonna look like, and then I want to put it like down. Sorry, I have allergies. Mega allergies. In the meantime, I'm gonna put out the word out to the homies. Assemble! Assemble the squad. Update, self-promo, yeah, we'll throw it in here. More people, the merrier. Sending some messages out. Let's show off. Does he have a... He doesn't. It's like... Is there another one in here? In here... Here I know there's one. Oh, here we go. So promo. Okay, got the word out to the folks. We have potential controllers in range. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go through the so we got the weight and balance. Let's see. Let me go up here just to confirm the weight and balance. So total weight we have on board is 2,400 pounds, and the max takeoff weight is 27. There's a little bit of extra power. It's a turbocharged engine that's in front of us that has a prop. Oh, I have to do one more thing too, which is I have to change the controls profile. Go apply and save. Now, there's our mixture, our prop lever, and our throttle lever. Cool. Just checking to make sure that those all are fine. And our oil quantity right now is 8. So we have the weight balance checks out. The performance. I don't know how to get the numbers in this airplane, but we'll go with the density altitude. Well, what's the density altitude? What's the temperature? Convective. Oh yeah, there's some weather heading towards the area, so that definitely checks out. Fan eyes. And the temperature is 3.6. So we know by my calculations. That stuff. Well, the altimeter setting right now is 29.907. Outside air temperature is 3.6. Very, very warm. 3,000 feet is the density altitude. It's very... not the best today. Let's go back to the checklist. We have the balance, authorization, and the registration will be back here. Our purchase handbook and the weight and balance will be there. Flaps. Extend, there are 3. Wow, is the throttle gonna hit the flaps? That does not seem safe. Then master on, and then turn on all the lights. Channel lights, radio lights. So nav lights? Does any of that work? And then we'll go outside. We're going to check. Okay, so those strobes on the ends are working. Our landing light is on. We'd also test the stall horn over here. Come over here to this side. The strobe light is working. What happens if I turn on the... Okay, so that does activate my nav lights. Okay. Going around, the beacon is working, the nav light is working on the tail. The strobe lights are working on the ends. And the nav light. Okay, so now we come across. Set up our lights checks. We don't have, I don't think there's a way See the amps. So no alternator amps. We're not going to see that until the engine is started and the engine is turning the alternator. Fuel gauges show correctly. Well, nah, actually, they don't show correctly. They're supposed to be showing like 26 or so. They're old. They are about as accurate as like old vintage car indicators more than anything else. And then the master off, and we'll leave those landing light off, but we'll leave the beacon anti-collision lights on and the radio lights on. That should be on. Okay. Fuel quantity, fuel quality. So we go outside and we go do the walk around of the airplane. I don't have any of those apps that like simulate what it's like to walk or anything like that. But I'd step out here. I check the pressure on the flaps down by pulling on them to see if they're either locked in place or if they get pushed up. And we check the position of the ailerons, make sure that they are attached and the hinges are secure. Check the wingtip, check the security of the lights. And we come over here, we'd sump the fuel. And then we'd also check the tire pressures as well and add any air. That's right there's the air vent that feeds the cabin air vents by the feet. Check, make sure those are not blocked. We're gonna check these hinges for the cowlings, and then we check the oil quantity that's inside of the airplane. And we had the iPad that was telling us that it was 8 quarts, but you'd actually take the dipstick out and you check that intake on the side is clear. You have checked the quality of the exhaust pipes. With 3 exhaust pipes. Yeah, there's 1, 2, and then 3. So there's a wastegate because it's turbocharged. And we'll check that there's nothing blocking the cowling. For the intakes, check the prop hub and the props themselves. Make sure there are no nicks or cracks. Check the front wheel. Check the security of that. Check the tire pressures. Make sure those are hello, Mr. Groundsman. There's a tiny little fuel sump. That square circle, or that circle right there at the bottom of the cowling is what that is. That is the fuel system at its lowest point, right next to the gascolator. Over to the wing, we're going to be working backwards now from where we were going. Make sure that fuel, or that air vent is unobstructed. Check the tire pressure on this tire and the and one other thing that I forgot, the condition of the brakes, the brake pads, brake discs, and then sump this fuel tank over here. Check the pitot mast, that little black sticking out right here. Check that the entry points, the drain hole and the drain hole in the back are all unobstructed and cleared. Check the condition of the end of the wing. Check the condition of the ailerons. Same thing for the flaps. Make sure that they don't retract with any back pressure. Check the comms antennas. Make sure that they're secure. And we'll check the condition of the stabilator. And check that all of its attachments and fittings are secure. We're going to check the condition of the anti-servo tab up here. Make sure that's connected. Also want to dip into this hole. You're going to check and see how it's connected to the jack screw. Just with the rudder trim. And then for the rudder, we also want to check through these holes right here. I don't think it's modeled in this airplane, but there's usually a nut and bolt up here that is supposed to be secure, so make sure that those parts are secure as well. Check everything. Same thing on the other side. And then coming back, make sure this cap is secure. Make sure the baggage door is secure. And then walk around complete. And going back into the checklist, so that checks off fuel quantity, fuel quantity, cap strings, vents, engine oil, belt, top air intake, exhaust system, surface controls, pitot ports, gear, antennas, ties, chocks, tow bar. We just checked all those out. Baggage door. Final walk around. Okay, now back into the interior. Flaps go back up. Passenger load and the briefing. So this is the Piper PA28. I'm going to talk about some safety items. So first off, make sure that your seatbelts are fastened and secure the entire time during the flight, but especially during takeoff and landing. This is the primary entry and exit out of the aircraft. There are two latches, so you have the latch on the bottom is the main one, and then you have the top latch, so both need to be latched and secure. You bring this down for it to latch, and then this latches backwards, and that's how you know it's latched. Make sure this latch is closed first before you attempt to top latch. Let's see, no auto. We have a basic autopilot on the system, but doesn't have a level button. No fire extinguisher over here. We have the three-way positive exchange of command system, so anytime one of us in the front wants to take the controls, you're going to say my controls, the other person responds with your controls, and then the person taking the controls responds with my controls. So 1, 2, 3. That's how I like to call it. Air vents on either side of your legs, so there are 1 and 2 in the front. Oh, we do have a fire extinguisher. I'm the one in charge of the fire extinguisher. It is below my feet, and it is fastened, secure, and it is charged. So I'm the one responsible for in the event of a cockpit fire. There should be 2 other vents in the back, and usually, sometimes, yes. These also have a vent system up in the front as well, and the fan that controls that should be over here. So anytime anyone wants any extra air, you know, and I can turn low, off, and high fan. And then one way that you can help me out as the pilot of this airplane is looking out for traffic outside of the windows. Everyone has windows, and one of my primary responsibilities is to see and avoid traffic. So anytime you see an airplane, let me know, and then you use your clock direction. So if you see it right out of the window, straight out the window, you can see that's 9 o'clock, you know, perpendicular to our direction of travel. 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, or 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and the same for the other side. Right out parallel to the wing is going to be 3 o'clock, and then 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock. Just think of the plane's nose being on 12 o'clock, and then you call the positions from there. Anywho, anybody have any questions? Okay, nobody's in the plane with me. And one other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get into the co-pilot seat. That's where I'm going to be doing most of my things from. Okay, so that's passenger briefs. Look at the hops and tack time when the master goes up. Fuel on the proper tank. They are both at the same level, so we'll start on one tank, and then when we get to the run-up area, switch Atankas. Check the circuit breakers. Make sure that none of them have popped. It's so nice that this one models all the circuit breakers. Alternate static. Usually these controlled. Nice from here. I don't know if it's modeled though. I don't think it is. Pedostatic. The drain for that should be somewhere in here. I don't see a button for it. Leave it where it's at. And then ELT, the armed position. On some models, sometimes that's modeled, sometimes it isn't. You have it modeled here. Okay. So pre-flight checklist complete. Gonna go to the start checklist. So make sure that the seat back is locked. Turn the avionics. There's no avionics switch, so as soon as we turn the masters on, it'll turn on the avionics as well. AC off. We'll leave the switches off. We only have alternate air, so we don't have a carb heat. Staying on that list. Throttle. Slight. Brakes on. We're gonna clear the prop. Looking in front of us, to the left, to the right, to the rear. No one's around us. We're just gonna pretend that this person's not here, you know. And then master on, and then beacon and anti-collision light on. And we're going to prime as required. We don't have a CHD indicator on board this airplane. So we're gonna go prop full forward. We're gonna go fuel pump on after the beacon goes on. And then we're gonna go mixture full forward, and then we're gonna prime the engine by going 1, 2, 3 swipes, and then leaving the throttle slight like the checklist required. And then we just prime the engine, so then we're gonna yell out the side, clear the prop. And then keys are already in, so hold the brakes. And then got a fuel selector. You saw it already being selected in the airplane. All right, alternator's already on. So let's check that alternator yes is producing amps, and we're gonna go fuel pump off, and then we're already at 1,000 RPM. So mixture as required. Going back to the checklist and waiting for rise in the RPM. As soon as we see that drop. Okay, about the middle, so it's going to be right at the top of the T for that. So that's going to be our set mixture position for today. That's right about in the middle of the sweep. All right, so start checklist complete. I'm going to go to, I do. Go ahead and let's set our frequencies real quick. Kind of doing this out of order. There is a spot in the checklist items where we set all of these. But since it's grabbing my attention, what we'll do is we're gonna get going here in a second. So we're gonna go to the pre-taxi taxi checklist, and we don't want to take up any time. Well, we're still in the parking spot. We don't have anyone behind us, so it's actually okay for us to do our entire pre-taxi taxi checklist here. So make sure seatbelts, harness are secure, heat, vent, defrost, avionics are on. Let's get the ATIS right now. And then clear this. And I should have a radio panel here, so we can go ahead and what time is it right now? It's about to change soon because this was damn near 40 minutes ago. Alright. Got enough of this guy. I'm also going to switch over comms. Okay, so we just got ATIS, AWAS. Let's go ahead and set the altimeter. It said 2997. Make sure that's set. Doing everything by the numbers today. Checklist uses. That's the big thing for me at the moment, and that's what I'm trying to practice today. Not a lot of stuff that I can do here. Go ahead and no weather options. So do I have a traffic map? No traffic map either. Go ahead and keep the map up on both pages. Okay. And then radio test, so the radios are obviously working, text is required. And then what we're gonna do is, as we roll out, we're gonna check 3 items. We're gonna check the brakes. So we're gonna roll forward, tap the brakes, roll forward, throttle idle, check the brakes, make sure that they work. And then as we turn, we're gonna make sure that, let's see, it'd be this, our turn coordinator turns in the direction of turn, and then the ball deflects opposite. It's gonna be a little hard to see from our position over here, but the ball should go this way, the turn coordinator should bank in this direction as we're turning this way. And then last but not least, LA Center 126525. I wanna switch over and see how busy they are at the moment. 1, 2, 6, 5, 2, 5. Let's go ahead and switch them over.
49.
So, 700 big truck 132 at Delta in Vegas. Looking for the Vegas field.
And what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna message him and ask him.
132's pre-departure guidance has been sent. Peep 17 maintains level 410.
Okay, 410, Peep 17.
At 617, expect ILS 25 left approach.
617, we have 24 right. Do you need me to change it to 5 left?
Do you want 25 left? 25 left south side, that's where United parks. Are you parking on like the west gates that you need 24 right?
No, we'll change it to 5 left. 617.
Alright. Expect ILS 25 left approach.
Wondering if you have enough
Expect to
bandwidth
pass
for some
617.
VFR traffic.
And Bravo 13 flight, ready taxi.
Bravo 13, runway 21, right, flight of 2, taxi your discretion. Let me know when you're ready to go.
Our discretion will call you Bravo 13 taxi.
Southwest 2406, need the IFR over to Vegas.
Canada 1058, radar contact 10 miles north of the BDVOR. And an Air Canada 1058, descend cocktail 3 arrival, 8 right transition, Las Vegas altimeter 3005.
So we're gonna ask him first, and we're gonna see if he has the bandwidth for.
LA Center, November 9er 5315.
See what he says.
2000, climate 5000.
I think this is a nice thing to do. I don't know what other people think.
November 9er 5315, Los Angeles Center, radar contact, climb maintain 6000, proceed on course.
But we'll listen to him
Climb
because
maintain
technically
6000,
he
proceed on
has
course,
authority
315.
over this sector, so.
Los Angeles Center, Southwest 2406, Ontario, requesting clearance to Las Vegas.
800 Whiskey Alpha, expect visual approach runway 27, turn right, heading 180, descend
I'm hoping this is the
and
proper way to do it. I've never done a
4000.
private PM to
Alright, right turn
people in the,
180, descend 4000, expect visual 27, 800 Whiskey Alpha.
And who was calling?
That was Southwest 2406.
while we're waiting for that, we're going to go ahead and taxi up to the movement area. So to the point where...
2406, pre-departure clearance sign. Solar 1770, radar contact 12 miles
So,
south of the
let's
Los
get going
Angeles
then,
VR,
and the
maintain
way
level
that we're going to
360.
announce our intenciones to everybody. I have the traffic layer on. Messages yet. No messages yet from people, so... Do I have a chronometer over here?
Roda contra Volaris 1770.
Set the 164.
And
There we go, just responded.
365.
Should be fine.
365, go ahead. Can we get some left deviations for
Alright.
weather? 365, left deviations
So we'll
approved.
call him.
Let me know when you're back on course. Left deviations approved.
Actually, let's call him from here. I don't know if he's familiar
Well,
with
SB
where the
SB
movement
advised
area
is
is.
a nice
at,
cell. Looks like it's running up just south of Grand Canyon up to probably about 50 miles north of Grand Canyon. Looks like you clear out of it by Tuba City.
Yeah, that looks about what we're painting here. We're just gonna go north of Grand Canyon and then probably past Tuba City back on course.
All right, sounds good. 800 Whiskey Alpha, right turn 300. Report the field in sight.
Alright, right 300, I'm roll report.
And 800 Whiskey Alpha, you can descend and maintain 2,500.
All right, we'll descend 2,500.
Okay.
Niagara 5315, proceed on course, maintain 6,000.
Proceed on course, maintain 6,000. 315.
Southwest 7110, expect RNAV Zulu 27 approach.
Expect RNAV Zulu 27, Southwest 7110.
And 800 Whiskey Alpha, field in sight.
800 Whiskey Alpha, cleared visual approach runway 27, tower now 118.3, seal air.
All right, clear visual 27 and over to tower for 800 Whiskey Alpha. You have a good day.
You too.
LA Center, good afternoon. Cherokee 6861 Foxtrot on the ground at Van Nuys, ready for taxi.
SF1 Foxtrot, Van Nuys altimeter 29907, and gotta see where you're at. Okay, you're over on the west side. Taxi runway 16 right, Alpha 2 Alpha. Finish your run up, let me know when you're ready to go.
Taxi 16 right, Alpha 2 Alpha. We'll let you know when we're done with the run up and ready to go. 6861 Foxtrot. Sweet.
61 Foxtrot, Van Nuys altimeter 29907.
2997 6861 Foxtrot. Thanks.
Yeah, at 617 at Circus, cleared ILS 25 left.
All right, so parking brake off.
Circus, we are
And it's already decided to go. So we'll run the
United 1831 Heavy,
landing
welcome
light
to
on, let everyone know
Las
touch
Vegas,
start, and then
exit
throttle
left,
idle.
and hold short at 8 left for departing traffic.
Okay, and the brakes work. So now let's check this instrument right here. This plane wants to really go left.
922.49, wind 040
coordinator,
at
right
7,
direction,
left at
and
Alpha 8, clear for takeoff.
all on the opposite. So that works out. So now, taxi checklist complete.
NLA Rebel 13 flight.
Going
ready
to
go.
zoom in to this
I have
taxi
a
diagram.
1-3 flight of
You don't
2
have charts available
wind.
on this this airplane. We're checking for traffic all around us. Make sure we're clear of
Wind
traffic.
is showing 120
We're the,
at 5, runway
we're the only ones here on this
21
field, so
right,
no other
clear for
traffic at the
takeoff.
moment.
Still
Want to
like
make
to
sure,
take off
and the way that I
flight.
like to make sure that I am on the center line is, imagine that on my seat, since I'm sitting on the right
Delta
side,
1284,
that the
maintain
taxi line is passing through my left
280.
leg.
Up to 280.
Thereabouts. You're in the left seat, that is passing through your right leg. We're looking for any threats in the environment that are going to be ahead of us. There's a helicopter landing pad over here, so we want to make sure that
Gemini
correct into
402,
their rotor wash.
runway
when we come to land.
13 right, taxi via Whiskey.
Right, 13 right, taxi via Whiskey. Sir Gemini 402.
Central Center, good afternoon. Seneca, Nova to 365 Mike. We're about 4 miles northwest with Beatty VOR at 90,000.
365 Mike, Los Angeles Center, squawk 3371.
3371, we're covering that.
LA Center, Southwest 1015.
You see that there are these lines on either side of the taxiway that denote these are the limits of the taxiway. That's no longer taxiway beyond that yellow line.
Line via the SID.
We have a bunch of taxiways diverging. So this feeds that parking lot over here.
Spirit Wing
This is
623, Lima
Alpha
Airspace
3.
East,
This is
radar
the
service
opposite
terminated,
direction
frequency
traffic
changes
coming in.
approved. Albuquerque
We're
Center
on
offline,
Alpha
switch to
2,
advisory
so
and
we're going
turn
to
flight.
continue on this way, follow the arrows out
Switch to advisory.
to...
And
Have a good night.
And
Let's bring up the map so we show everybody.
What's your Mach
We
number?
have 2 taxiways that split
0.78
out
for
like
United
they're
89er.
lanes on a highway almost. So you have traffic going out in one direction and traffic coming
LA
in
Delta 365.
on the other direction. I don't know how clear that comes up on the stream, but
United 89er,
bring it up
Sin
further.
Angel 4 arrival, Ontario altimeter 29907.
The rudder on this
Clear to
airplane is
descend Angel
so
4, United
damn
89er.
sensitive. Okay, we're coming up to the intersection, so we have
It was Delta
Alpha
365. I request
that
direct,
passes from
Kilo
here
Delta
up,
48
and then
uniform.
we're headed this way to the front of the runway. The windsock is indeed inflated, and it looks like the wind is blowing right down the runway. Check ATIS told us that wind is at 148 at 10 knots, so quite a bit of speed.
Thanks, and we're clear of the weather with that track.
No traffic
for,
out of Jet
Delta
Aviation,
365.
no traffic coming
Thanks
up
for letting me know.
Alpha. And traffic coming up Delta.
Center Delta 686.
Continue onwards and upwards.
No, 686, go ahead.
Can we get
Make our turn
330
onto Alpha
for
from Alpha
686?
2.
No, 686, maintain flight level 330.
330 for 686, thank you.
Southwest 1015, climb maintain level 390.
Now we're on Alpha, so this taxiway sign tells us the black indicates that's the where you're at,
climb and
and the
maintain
yellow
level
is
390.
this is where you can go. So Alpha 1 goes off to the left and Charlie goes off to the right.
Southwest 71,
Holding
10
short
at
of
clone,
16
cleared
right, we're
RNAV
gonna be
Zulu,
on
27
Charlie.
approach.
Clear RNAV Zulu
We're gonna go past this area, and then we have. I wonder if it even shows up. Yes. So we have this area that's set up over here for the run-up area. On the iPad, it shows
Take
up as the
drive,
whole
132 runway 19 your right, taxi via hotel.
As we
Well, no,
roll
right, via
up,
hotel,
we're
big
gonna
stripe
take
on
the
32.
furthest space so that
United
other people
1831
can
heavy, cross
roll
runway
up
8
and we'll be
left at
blocking
Alpha
them.
2 and taxi to your gate. Thanks for flying.
And let's pull up a little bit further.
Center Southwest 2406, Ontario, right, taxi 26 right.
We'll go no further than
2406
this because we want
26
to keep
right,
the whole
taxi
short
via
bars.
November
Up
1
ahead of us, and
whiskey,
we're gonna
the Ontario
leave the
altimeter
throttle at
2997.
1,000.
26 right, November 1 whiskey for Southwest 2406.
Turn off the landing light, and we're on the correct frequency. So if you need to contact
American
us,
856 is in Angel 4
hear
arrival,
us.
Ontario
Okay,
altimeter
we're gonna go fuel
2997.
pump on, and we're going to switch to the other tank, and then I'm gonna start a timer
For arrival,
on my watch.
2997 for American 856.
I'm gonna fix the view. Yeah, that's about where I sit in the actual
Southwest 7110 X-Clone, you are cleared RNAV Zulu
instrument
27
better,
approach.
but make
I'm not
sure
sure
that we
if
are
you've got
VFR
that.
pilots today.
Yep, you gave to us
So we
already.
want to keep our eyes outside for
Thank
today. Let's go
you.
back to the
Set
checklist, and now we are
back
running
the RNAV Yankee
the
27
run-up
approach.
checklist over here. Is at the top
RNAV
again, so now
27
we
approach,
have brakes
662
on. We just switched fuel to the proper tank. We're gonna trim the airplane. Okay, trim is at neutral, so we're ready to go. We're gonna check the flight controls. I'll turn on the yoke so it shows us. We're gonna put the controls to the full range of motion and then look outside to see that the airplane responds in kind. And
American
then
2249, climb
check
maintain
the
level
rudder
280.
as well through the full range of
Well,
motion.
maintain
Everything checks
280
out.
from American
Flight
2249.
control check complete.
Air Canada
No
1058 at
enunciated
Jaeger
lights.
cleared
No
RNAV 8
CAS
right approach.
messages.
At Jaeger cleared nav 8 right
Instrument
approach,
check
second 1058.
to make sure that the altimeter shows us within 75 feet of field elevation, which is 802 feet.
Arrival
At
13,
this
radar
end of the
contact, climb
runway.
on course, maintain 16,000.
And attitude indicator shows true. We're going to compare DGI with the compass
And
heading.
Bravo 13, request activation the deserts and reveal MLA block level surface true 180.
How do I pronounce that? Emsru.
Bravo 13, I got service
Welcome
to
to the
west.
stream. How are you doing? It's a
180.
Slicer Shanks. We are in the
Okay,
Piper
flight level 180 has been activated. Service flight
Going up
level
to do
180.
some practice.
And you're leaving my
Getting familiar
airspace.
with the
Frequency
airplane.
change is
I have the
approved. Enjoy your
checklist
flight.
up on the right screen. We have
Please
VATSIM
change approval correlated, thanks.
on
Bravo
the
13.
upper screen.
365 Mike.
Glad you're able to stop by and enjoy the
Radar
flight.
contact.
Have any questions, please feel free to
295
ask me.
miles northwest of the
I'm working on my
BDVOR.
CFI credentials, so I'm supposed to know and
Maintain
ask a bunch of
9,000.
questions. So the more the merrier. We're in the middle of our run-up checklist. We just got done with
Delta
the
365, the American Space
checklist.
Northeast radar service
And then we'll
terminator.
turn the
Frequency
yoke
change
off,
is
and then
approved.
we'll go
10%
ahead
offline. You can
and
switch to
let's see.
advisory. Enjoy your flight.
Let's bug
And just as a heads up, there are
this heading
going
real
to be
quick.
some build up as you're going
We're
through the
gonna go
10% of
heading
our
on and
airspace.
then autopilot on.
Yeah, we're
Make sure we
looking at
can
it. Thanks
overpower
for
the
the help,
controls.
and we'll see you next time. Always a pleasure. So.
And that checks out.
All right,
And then
take
double
care.
tap X.
Niner
Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
95315,
and then
the
for
Palomar altimeter, 299
for the run-up check, we're gonna make this real quick. So we're gonna go
8 for 315.
mix your best power, so that's gonna be full, and then we're gonna run up the
LX
engine
Center,
to 2,000
1270 with Delta.
RPM. Actually, on this
ready
model,
to
it might
clearance
be
to
a little
LAX.
bit different. Let's do the it's gonna be the ground check. Okay, it does say the same.
PDC
So
sent.
2,000 RPMs. We'll go off this our check
Center
this over
Southwest
here.
2406,
2,000
Ontario, radio
RPM,
26
and then
right.
mags, test both, and then carpet check.
Southwest.
Check the amp voltage by
2406.
turning
Wind is
turning light
240
and
at 14
heat
gust, 23,
on,
runway 26 right. Clear
and
for
watching the rise in the
26 right, clear
amps,
for takeoff. Southwest
and then
2406.
fuel pressure, oil pressure, oil
Southern
temperature,
Center,
make
Big
sure
Sharp
it's
132
green,
short,
and
19
then
right,
idle,
at Vegas, ready
and
for
then
departure.
back to 1,000. Right.
United 617 tower now,
Starting off with mixture full rich,
120.905. We'll see you
then
later.
bring the RPM
120.905. See you. Thanks for
up
the
to 2,000. Take these numbers and multiply them by 100, adding 2 zeros.
132. Wind 040 at 7. A
There's
runway
2,000
19
RPM, so we're
right.
gonna
You are clear
check
for
both
takeoff.
to left. Drop
Well,
no greater than
then, right,
150, no
takeoff,
greater
Big Sharp
difference
132.
between the cylinders and 50. So about 100, that's good. Back to both. Brings the RPMs
American
back up.
2249.
Back to right.
He already gave you this. Maintains level 280.
About a drop of coming back down to 100. Back to both.
2249.
Checking the vacuum pressure should be up here. We have positive suction. Checking
That's at
oil temperature,
289
oil
at
pressure,
Lindy. Cleared our nav
pressure
Yankee.
are
27
good.
approach should be number 2 to
landing
land.
light, pitot heat. Alternator picks up the load. Very, very good. Everything's looking good. And then reduce the throttle.
Such at 289.
Down, down, down. She goes all the way down
Hey, okay,
to
right?
idle.
Such 289 at Lindy. Cleared our nav Yankee. 27 approach.
At Lindy,
Maintaining
cleared
about
RNAV Yankee.
700 RPM, about 650 RPM. Checks out. Bring it up to 1,000 RPM.
Gemini 402, ready to go.
Gemini 402.
All right.
Wind 080.
Brief.
12 gust 15. Runway
And
13
let's
right.
go
Clear for
back to
takeoff.
the checklist. Make sure that we
Clear for takeoff, 13 right,
did
Gemini
that. We
402.
did that. We did oil pressure, oil temperature. When idle, and then check the friction, and we are good. Run-up checklist complete. Pre-takeoff checklist. So we're going to
United 89,
test
what's your indicated airspeed?
Start off with a short field takeoff. So that's going to be
Indicated airspeed is 270
that's
for United 89.
25. V rotate of the ET.
American 856, what's your indicated airspeed?
Once it cool to pick on it, everybody starts from somewhere. I think you of all people should know that how you feel you're trying to learn, you're being picked on public progress.
Not asking Mark, I'm asking your indicated airspeed,
Yeah, and
please.
that's why I deleted that video in the first place. Was I even thought about
Okay, American 856, load is 250 knots.
something like that with some of the parts I did out, but it definitely
Delta
was
1284, 10 Angel 4 arrival. Slow to
just didn't
220 knots
fit
before you
in
start your
the
descent.
spirit of what I wanted to have. The right channel. That's a very very astute observation. There were lots of comments, similar comments that had the same sentiment.
Next drive 132, radar
expressed as
contact,
well, and I agree with
and
all
may
the
climb via
sentiments.
the
So
set.
that's why I deleted that video. So going forward,
Laura 1770, leaving airspace north, radar service terminated, frequency change approved, Oakland Center offline, switch to advisory and clear flight.
I might do some real world stuff as well. I just haven't gone around to getting the GoPro inside the airplane recently. But yeah, that's why I took down that video. There was just wasn't really a way around it or a way to
That's 2406.
Yeah, exactly. I was I was a student pilot at the time. I didn't have my private pilot's license back then.
That was 7110, tower 118.3.
I thought I was being very funny when I really wasn't. And I was, using other people as kind of the butt of the joke, and just looking back at it, I don't know, it just makes you feel yucky. It honestly did, right? And
Delta 686, leaving airspace east, radar service terminated, frequency change approved,
I kind of forgot about the channel for a little while, and
Over advisor for 686, thank you for ATC.
I thought about taking that video down for a while, and it just, took me, I don't know what it took me until, but yeah. And I've had that video down for a while, so, yeah. So I'm not, and the thing is, that stain's gonna be there. That's just, that's just how it works. It doesn't completely absolve me. And one day, I'm gonna have to teach somebody,
Gemini 402, radar contact on reaching Palm Springs VOR, join
That's a very astute observation. I'm glad that you brought that forward.
386,
And
maintain.
yeah, I welcome all of that. I want to be
16,000.
better
I bet
as
you that
a.
Timber gave you that altitude.
I
What
want to
else
be
are you looking
better as a
for?
content creator. I want to be better as a pilot. I want to be better as a member of the community, right? And I totally believe there's no room for elitism from anybody, right? Because it's already a really difficult, lots of information, right? And in real life, man, it was like I had absolutely no clue how little I knew when I got in. So here's the thing. Here's the thing, X. I fully believe if karma exists in the universe, it's gonna come back to me, right?
That's 2406, maintain
it's my just desserts, but
270, Southwest 2406.
I feel like
9089, expect
it's just
ILS
I
25
learned,
left approach.
Learn my lesson, and I'm gonna make a change,
Delta 1284,
right?
expect
the kind
ILS
of
24 right approach.
vibe that I want on my channel and the kind of atmosphere that I want to bring, and it's a really positive one. I want people to learn about aviation. I absolutely love aviation. I want to share it with the world, right? I have heard, so many other young people, and they discover it through VATSIM. Hey, you know what? Those guys are champs. I was so scared to get on the VATSIM when I was younger, and I used to be a little, I was a young kid myself, and I was flying sim, so of course it's so hypocritical for me to turn around and make fun of kids who are doing the same thing. Nowadays,
When you're going about 20 knots fast, an aircraft in front of you that's going slower than you, go ahead and slow down.
But I'm glad you brought that up.
By 20 knots for me.
That's definitely something I've thought about and I've stewed about for a little while.
Well, you might have different wins than he does.
I'm really happy to hear that. I've subscribed to you, looking forward to see what content you have stored in the future. Hey, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, and I'm really putting in thought to see if there's something I can use my channel, if I can teach ground lessons and get some feedback on kinds of ground lessons that I'm coming up with.
Copy.
Teaching how to fly an ILS. I don't feel like it's going to be a redemption because
1058, the wind is variable at 4, runway 8 right, clear to land.
Going forward, coming out with better and better, with a better vibe that's more welcoming to everybody. And if that's something, let me know if that's something that you're interested in, because it's been something that I've been stewing around, and I just haven't had time to put effort into it. But we have a controller that's waiting for us. I would recommend IRL flying videos, but most likely your flight's cool.
Southwest of the
they actually do. I have seen people record videos on their GoPro. All it does is basically it's just another layer that you have to be aware of, that along with your flight preparation, there's also kind of the acting for the camera kind of thing. So yeah, I've seen people do it all the time, but it's you just have to take extra care while you're doing it, and making sure that as a pilot in command, that's the #1 priority, that you're executing the pilot's the authority of pilot in command first, because I've seen that happen.
Let's reduce the cleared ILS 25 left approach.
Rich this whole time. I forgot about that. Make sure landing lights on, fuel pump off.
American 856, proceed direct Culper.
Switch. We have 3 minutes left on this tank.
And at Culper,
I've seen videos. There are plenty of YouTubers who do it because they want the views and because they want the attention, and you see, because in their videos,
at Culper, cleared ILS 25
they're focused on doing something for the camera as opposed to paying attention to the flying, right? And so that's the kind of those are the things that I think about. Where if I'm going to do something like that, then those are those extra steps that I'm going to take.
There you go. Delta 1284 at Circus, cleared ILS 24 right approach.
We got some work to do ahead of us, so we're going to do a brief of the takeoff of the departure sequence. We have some traffic up in the sky ahead of us because we're on VATSIM. So we are holding short of 16 right at Van Nuys. We have 8,000 feet of runway available, and for the numbers in the Piper P28A, for the short field takeoff, flaps 25, it's 1,300 feet roll, so we can land. We can take off and land multiple times on this runway. Right cross. Crosswind departure,
Negative.
Usually
Up
at
to
the flood basin, and I'll
13,000.
point that out once we get over that geographic
13,000.
feature
I'm
in the
sorry.
sim.
41 Golf
It's
Eddie.
usually what air
Exit
traffic
jet
control
289,
tends to
contact
do.
tower
This is my real
118.3.
life home airport, by the way.
108.3,
Hello,
exit
everybody.
jet 289.
And then let's go through the emergency procedures. So the emergency procedure that we're looking at is engine out on takeoff roll, and while we're in the air. So on the roll, we have plenty of distance to stop the
Was the
airplane, and
aircraft
the
flying at
items are
5,000?
mixture cutoff, fuel pump off, throttle idle, mags off, and we have time, fuel selector off, and then taxi off at the nearest taxiway. If we wheels up, we're going to bring the airplane back down and land it on the same items. Once we've cleared airport property, we're not going to do the 180-degree turn back to the airport. We're going to commit to any landing spots within 50 degrees of the nose. There's a golf course in front of us in the Balboa Park, so there is space for us to perform that emergency procedure.
Alright,
And the items
KLM
are going to be
1953, proceed on a
76
heading
knots
of
for the glide speed.
160.
Actually, there are
When able, direct PV,
maneuvering
that's Papa
speed
Echo
at
Victor Echo Echo, and then
this,
join the dot
at
to
this
departure.
weight.
Maintain
So we're going to
13,000.
select one. I'm supposed to calculate it, and I completely forgot to calculate it. Let's see, other accredited speeds here.
Repeat heading again, please. Was it 130?
Yeah.
KLM 1953,
It's a big airport. It's a big airport, so you know it's
Heading 160, KLM 1953.
76
Air
knots for
Canada
the
1053, Air Canada
the glide speed
1058,
gear
welcome
down,
Las Vegas, exit left,
and
when able.
then same thing. Items are going to be mixture cutoff, fuel pump off, mags off.
39, radar contact lost.
76 knots. Leave the alternator battery on, and then
spot 2,
configure the airplane for landing.
1270, runway 8,
Landing
left
2,500 feet for
Alpha
the
8, taxi
emergency
via Bravo,
procedure
Alpha
checklist
8.
for engine out in the air.
Bravo,
and
Alpha
then
8,
landing below
American
that
1270.
altitude. That's the emergency procedure checklist. Go back to the pre-takeoff.
Southwest
And then our
1015,
pre-takeoff flow is going to be
airspace
fuel
east,
pump
radar
on,
service terminator, frequency change
transponder
approved, Alpha frequency center
VFR,
offline,
heading
system advised.
bug, pitot heat is required.
Over
No
Unicom,
pitot heat, no
Southwest
AC.
1015.
Make sure the doors and windows are latched and secure.
Simulator.
Lights
Flight
on, time
41
that
Golf,
window brakes.
turn left, direct,
hold the
flipper,
brakes,
join
and
Orc
then
5
release,
departure, climbing tape level
for
290.
departure. Timer's going off, so we're going to turn the fuel pump on. Go selector to now to the left tank, and then fuel pump off, and then I'm going to reset
41 Golf
watch.
Eddie.
So now, I'm going to go ahead
Air
and
Canada 1058, rocket
patch
head
the
out.
doors, make sure that they're secure. And let's
Air
call
Canada
center.
1058,
Have the Magenta Charlie airspace.
cross runway 8 left at
So now we see the Charlie airspace. So we'll stay at 2,500 to look at the
4,
Charlie airspace.
hold
and then...
short of Bravo.
Actually, we're already talking to center,
for
so
an
that
Airbus
would kind of
320,
clear us.
crossing right to left.
We're talking to the controlling agency,
Cross
so...
runway 8 left on Alpha 4, short Bravo for the A32X. Air Canada 1058.
LA Center, Cherokee 6861 Foxtrot at Van Nuys, holding short 16 right, ready to go for right crosswind departure.
861 Foxtrot, right crosswind departure is approved. The wind is 16010, runway 16 right, clear for takeoff.
16 right, cleared for takeoff, 6861 Foxtrot. He doesn't have to do this for this little guy like me at this airport. He's busy with the tube liners, but it's very nice. Very nice that VATSIM controllers. Thank you very much, Betty. Betty, letting us know what's going on. Checking for approach traffic, clear. Checking the departure end. We are clear. Airport is IAH, but my flight school is at KSFO. That is awesome. Are you getting your private pilot's license? What rating are you getting? And then hold the brakes.
Air 1058, cross Bravo and Tiger
Mixture,
Gate.
pump, landing light
Bravo to
on.
my gate, Air Canada 1058, yeah.
On the fullest tank. Full
Air
power.
2049, descend Angel 4, arrival.
Reduce the
The
prop
altimeter
really
altimeter
quick,
2996.
stay out of the red. Airspeed is alive. Again, we're looking for 42 knots. That was a while ago, and then pull
Air
back
2249,
smoothly back
descend
on the
Angel
stick
4, arrival.
as
Expect
much
ILS
as
25
is
left
modeled
approach.
in the sim. That's way too near stall. A little bit more, a little bit more. And then
Where are
we'll
you
climb
parking?
out
What gate?
at EX.
I have no idea.
call the tower as our obstacle to
American
clear.
normally parks on the south side.
Okay, we can go for
Climbing
24
very, very
left
slow
if
today.
you want.
That'd be
Climb at
25
70, let's see if
left.
we get a better
25
climb
left.
in
We'll do
there.
25 left.
There you go. Plan for 25 left.
There we go, there's a tower. So
So
now we're gonna pitch the nose forward.
San Diego.
Go flaps up
heading,
to flaps 10.
6,000.
United 89, delete speed restriction.
And then
Tower now
continue our approach
120.905.
upwards. Positive rate, we're gonna go gear up.
United 800.
Should
Alright, so
hopefully,
that's calling. 800 Whiskey Alpha, were you calling?
That's affirmative.
I should clean the airplane up and then go ahead and put flaps up. And I'll get to
So
the messages in a
Whiskey
second. We're
Alpha.
focused on the departure right now.
Radar contact maintain 3000, proceed on course.
I'll then maintain 3,000 and proceed on course.
And right where these buildings end is going to be the flood basin. Climbing through 1,200 feet. We should the VATSIM controllers at the big cities
605,
have
runway 8
enough
left
time
at
to
Alpha
gauge all
8, taxi via Bravo.
oh nice, MEI, that's a big one. Oh man, have fun with that. Have fun with that. I haven't gotten my
No, 8 left
multi-engine
at
just
Alpha 8.
yet,
Yeah,
but
taxi
it
to
is
runway 8 left at
something
Alpha
I'm
8
considering
via
in the
Bravo,
future.
Alpha 8.
Let's see if that's the big one I'm focusing on at the moment. We just had someone at our school start their there may I. We have a Diamond DA42.
American 1270, wind, variable at 4, runway 8 left.
to get my
takeoff.
hands on.
Alright, clear for
Very
takeoff.
nice airplane.
8 left for American
Okay,
1270.
1,500 feet.
We're
We're
at
going to continue.
8 left at Alpha 8. Clear for
8
takeoff.
left at Alpha
Uh,
8 for 1270.
KLM
It seems
1953,
sluggish
proceed
for
on
speed.
course, maintain level 390.
I think we just needed some airspeed. I think the airspeeds on the Arrow are a little bit different, most likely, than what they are in the
United 9
the
tower,
Archers. So we'll climb at
120.905.
90 knots, 85 knots. Let's see what that does. For the checklist, so climb 76
Delta
87
1284,
knots,
tower
power set, mixture set.
120.905.
Check the instruments.
Tower on 120.95.
Taxi landing light off. We'll keep the
See you
landing
later,
light
American
on.
856,
So
tower
we're easily
120.905.
seen in the practice area. No flight plan open for today, and then fuel pump off after reaching desired altitude. Our desired altitude for today,
There you
4,500
go.
feet, is minimum
Delaware
altitude
Tower,
for...
hello, United 583, check in 380.
Hold on, guy from Power Company is here. I'll be back, hopefully. I will see you when you get back.
At 583, Los
Yeah,
Angeles
let's do some
Center,
right
descent
rudder.
Hollywood 1 arrival. You can switch back
the
to
sim, it's a little
advisory,
harder
center
to
closing.
Alright,
determine
Hollywood arrival, and let's switch back to
your
over to
side
advisory
slip in
too.
the airplane.
800 Whiskey
ahead.
Alpha, center's closing, switch to advisory, enjoy your flight.
Alright, switch over to advisory. 800 Whiskey Alpha.
Listen for our
Number
call sign.
5315. Monitor tower frequency on 120.95. Expect 25 left.
5,000 feet.
Monitor Tower 120.905, expect 25 left. For 95315.
KLM 1953, climb maintains level 390. Proceed on course, switch to advisory.
With the Charlie, because we're talking with the controlling agency.
Flight level 309, switch to advisory.
No, flight level 390.
390, yes.
Swiss flight 41 Golf, switch to advisory, 122.8, center.
Over to advisory 22.8 with 41 Golf Heavy, thanks for your service and a great one. See ya.
See ya, American 2249 at Circus, cleared ILS 25 left approach, monitor tower 120.905, within 15 miles of the field.
Set the rudder trim does actually work on this airplane, which is
Galaxy 402,
wild.
switch to advisory, enjoy your flight.
You don't work on every single airplane in our in our fleet at the flight
Base drive
school.
132, descend at your discretion 14,000,
Keep our
the
visuals
Palmdale
outside.
altimeter 3008,
What we're doing is
switch
we're
to
going to
advisory,
transit
enjoy your
through
flight.
the Thousand Oaks area over here, so I'm going to move the nose
And over advisory. Have a good one.
this way by putting yoke to the left.
Alright, Paris, Alice
There's
2406,
a freeway that we're going to be following
switch to
out in that
advisory and enjoy your
direction.
flight.
To the advisory, Southwest 2406. You have a good day.
American 1270, radar contact, climb on course, maintain level 280, switch to advisory, enjoy your flight.
Alright, we'll climb to 280 and...
Climbing at
have a good
90
one.
knots,
Thanks for
and we
being
have, gosh, We have
You're
lots of climb power.
Speedbird 28 Fox, Bradley
Just
Myers Space North,
incredible.
radar service terminated, frequency change approved, Salt Lake City Center offline, special advisory.
Advisory for Suez 28 Fox Heavy, thanks. Good evening,
4,000
mate.
feet, so 300 feet to
T17,
go.
Lee Myers Space Northeast, radar service terminated,
4,200.
frequency change approved, Denver
So can
Center
we see
offline,
the
special advisory.
101? Yes, there is. So we're going to be following the 101.
Over Unicom for people
There's
7, have a good
1,000
evening.
Oaks. We're going to be
Into
keeping the
365 Mike
Malibu
Mike,
Mountains.
center closing, switch to
to
advisory,
our
enjoy your flight.
Order with 22.8. Have a good one. Over time, Mike.
Intentional aircraft time now 2320 Zulu. Center's now closed. All aircraft flight on risk. Thanks for flying. We will see you later.
Bye. Alright, we're at our altitude, so nose down, and then we'll bring the power back. Let's see, this one does it in manifolds, so we'll set it to 18 manifold. I want to break the sound barrier up here. The thing is, the numbers for this airplane are different from what they are in the Cherokee, which is a fixed prop, so I'm using the wrong checklist, but what I'm doing is I'm practicing the checklist for the Piper model that I have. So keeping the 101 in sight, we're going to be following along it and staying to the south of it and keeping the Malibu Mountains to our north, or to our south. The freeway to the north, mountains to the south. We're clear of the Bravo. The Bravo starts at 5,000 feet. We're descending actually. The trim in this airplane is very interesting. There's some very interesting pitch commands on this airplane. Then I gotta readjust my my sight picture because I just changed my seat position to be a little bit closer to what it looks like in real life. Anytime you get turbulence like this, you want to avoid trying to overcorrect or trying to put the nose where you think it's supposed to be. Really, the biggest thing about turbulence is not freak out. It's basically just to let the airplane ride through the motions, and you might not stay too much on the heading or on the altitude, but kind of riding the waves is basically what turbulence is all about. And as long as your wings level, the airplane has positive dynamic characteristics, so it naturally wants to reset itself back to whatever setting you basically told it to be at. Let's briefly move the nose to the right so we can keep the freeway down below us. That's the 101. We're going to follow along it. We're going to parallel it, and it's going to take us out to the Camarillo area, being the Malibu Mountains to our south, the freeway to our north. We have Simi Valley way out in the distance, rolling back to wings level, maintaining altitude. With some slight trim adjustments so that when we let go of the controls, it's going to hold nose steady. A little bit of a nose dip. One thing I'd like to see improved on in Microsoft Flight Sim is a little bit more sensitive of trim adjustment, because it tends to be either or. You either get airplanes that are super sensitive to trim, airplanes that take a while to warm up to the trim sensitivities. So while we're out here, how many more minutes do I have on this tank? 3 minutes. So we're going to start practicing for some maneuvers. So we're going to start with some slow flight, and then we'll get into our stalls. I'm going to treat this like a check ride flow, basically. Still gaining altitude. So before we get to that big mountain range over there, we want to start practicing our slow flights. What we're going to do is we're going to treat this as if we're going in for a landing approach. So we're going to configure the airplane on schedule for the flaps. What that means is when we reach those target airspeeds, we're going to deploy the flaps in accordance to those speeds. Gear up, gear down. to gear down at 129 knots. We can throw the gear down at this airspeed, which is great. Now at altitude airspeed. We're gonna do some clearing turns. So we're gonna start a turn to the left and then step on the ball slightly. And then look ahead to check for any traffic around us. And we're gonna sweep through on the heading. Airplane is having a heck of a time and looking forward in our direction of travel. Keeping the nose on the horizon. Okay, that's where we started. Going through the second part of the sweep. To 90 degrees in this direction. This should put us back on course. Keeping our eyes outside, we're doing this to look for traffic, to clear the area of traffic coming towards us, going away from us. Making sure that we have the space to be able to do these maneuvers. Our reference is this mountain range ahead of us. We are a little bit above our altitude. Our airspeed we're going to bring down to about 60, 61 knots. And then we're going to go fuel pump. Yeah, we're going to leave our fuel pump on. We were supposed to turn it off once we got to our altitude, according to the checklist. But fuel pump on for the maneuvers, mixture full rich. And then we're going to bring the throttle down. The end of our crack checklist. And let's try to bring the throttle down to 1700 RPM. We're going to see the connection between, yeah, that's our gear horn. So let's go ahead and drop the gear. That's going to help us slow the airplane down. And then below 102, flaps 10 degrees. Guten Tag, Slicer Shanks in chat. Is this FE3H discourse? I wish it was. Yeah. 45 flaps, 25. We want to increase the power. The full flaps. What should happen is airplane should be able to maintain its heading. There we go. We want to be coordinated. So we'll trim those up. Wow, this airplane does not like being this slow. Welcome, Griva, to the channel. How are you? Watching my airspeed over here, the target airspeed is about 60 knots. I have a buffer zone of 5 knots above 0 below, so we don't want to... And we're still descending a little bit. There is our stall horn. I'm going to start a turn to the right, so we're going to only use about 10 degrees bank. And with the fuel pump on, we're going to go ahead and switch the tanks. I'm gonna set the timer on my watch. Grima, welcome to the stream. How are you? How's your day going? So this is demonstrating that in this slow flight configuration with the flaps down. You're back, have to restart my PC. We will be here when you get back. Turnarounds, that's our 180-degree turn. Let's do a turn to the north, using those mountains off the left wing as our reference. Go ahead and go full power. And then, yeah, right rudder as we increase the power because of those left turning tendencies are greatly increased when we are slower. We have to use more rudder. to account for that. We're gonna climb up. We're gonna climb up. Our target is 5,000 feet. And then we're gonna let the nose rise to maintain the airspeed. And with the nose up and, you know, mostly sky in our screen, we know that we're in a climb. And turning at a very, very shallow bank. It's very bumpy here today. That's good. That adds to the challenge, right? Don't want to make it too easy, right? So this sim tends to like 65 knots. We know what our real values would be. Of course, our minimum altitude for this maneuver would be 3,000 feet AGL. At about 3,700, 900, 4,000 now. Climbing up that altitude of 5,000 feet. Let's go ahead and continue that turn now. Keeping those corrections in, but I'm keeping my eyes outside. The plane's having a hell of a time climbing, actually. I'm gonna put in some back trim to help us keep our nose attitude, so I'm not having to put in too much inputs onto the yoke. I'm gonna bring up we will go back to the checklist as we go through the maneuvers. Now I have checklist items for the maneuvers as well, but I'm practicing doing these from memory. We're gonna keep the turn going with a 180 degree. We'll keep the turn in, We're coming up on 500 feet AGL, so we're gonna put the nose in and we're gonna reduce the throttle. Define what that manifold pressure is to maintain. It might be 20. Then the nose shouldn't dip as much as soon as we roll level. We're gonna avoid these clouds ahead of us, so we'll roll level onto these mountains right here. It was that bank, yeah, and then the nose really pops up from there. Within 100 feet, let's go. A little bit more climb. Put the nose down, don't let it stall. Wow, this thing like refuses to climb. And then let's go ahead and switch to advisory frequency. Okay, there we go. There's our altitude. I'll set about like 20 psi on the 20 inches on the manifold. And see if that configuration holds the airplane. Maybe reduce it slightly. So there we go. There we go. All right. So now from this position, we can go ahead and reduce. Or no, actually we can go from here to the power on stall. We're actually really configured to do that. So we'll go. Or no, let's do the power off stall first. So we're gonna reduce the throttle. Do it to, yeah, like 15 inches on the manifolds. We want to get is, yeah, right about there. About 500 feet per minute vertical speed. About 65 knots. We've done our clearing turns. The airplane is configured. Mixture full, rich fuel pump on and on the fullest tank. There we go. Now we got that rate of descent, so let's pitch the nose up because we're in the region of reverse command, which means pitch for airspeed, power for altitude. 65 knots. And we'll pull level. And then idle. Pull level. Go to the brake. Come on, stall, damn it. CFI standards, come on. This thing refuses to stall. There we go, yeah, my, we're definitely falling. Oh, too much rudder. Full stick back, yeah, I think that's what I needed, was full stick back. This thing refuses to break the stall. Okay, there it is. So we'll go into the recovery, so full power, nose down, get the airspeed up, and then we'll execute the climb. So climb at 64, get back up to altitude. Damn, we lost nearly 1,000 feet just because we were sitting there. Right rudder. Turn the airplane forward. Still not recovering. Come on! Okay, then we'll go flaps up. We'll go into the power on stall, so we'll pitch the airplane up. Right rudder to compensate. There's the brake, so nose down to recover. All right. The 70 knots seems to be the climb speed for this airplane, and then let's pitch forward. 76, about 80 knots, and with the positive rate gear up. Next item, climb back up to 4,500 feet. Go ahead and we'll turn around. And then flaps up. Yes, we have that class Bravo ahead of us. We're 500 feet below it. Back, my PC decided to no longer load the stream. Ah, damn. Well, glad you're back. Glad you could join us in the stream. So we're practicing our stalls today, and we're gonna do what's called a steep turn. Right now we're doing what's called a medium bank turn. So about 30 degrees bank is what you're gonna see normally in a general aviation airplane or even an airliner. Really 137 having fun. That's what we want to see. We're turning to the north to stay away from some airspace that we need to get clearance for. Our maneuvering speed is 118. Currently we're bumping up on that, so we're going to reduce the manifold pressure. I'm going to set it to about 15 inches. See what that does. This is basically like I'm learning what the airplane is doing, what it's feeling like. How am I doing? I am doing good today. I'm doing very good. Thank you for asking. I just crunched Celsius for the first time earlier, and I'm learning what it's like to have energy, so I'm trying to be as productive as possible, to use this energy well. The reason why I'm flying the small airplane in Microsoft Flight Sim is I'm prepping for a real-life certification test that's going to happen in September, and this is the model of airplane that I'm going to be using to get my next certification. It's a big one. It's one that I want to really nail down, so I'm practicing all the flows and procedures that I'm going to do here in the sim before I get out to it in real life. I want to become a pilot. I got my pilot's license in January of 2021. I got an extra rating on top of that in 2022, and I got my commercial pilot's license back in October of 2023. So this is the one that's really going to allow me to get my career started. This next one in September, and hopefully. So that's why this is important. That's why. Okay, so we're going to turn away from this weather. And we're going to use this to clear the area ahead of us. So we will turn ourselves in this direction. We have our reference is going to be the mountain range out in the distance. And then keeping our altitude at 4,500 feet. For the maneuver, we want to maintain and hold our altitude. So the steep turn is going to be done at 50 degrees. You're going to give a bump in the throttle to, we'll see about 20 inches of manifold pressure. That climb back up and get back up to altitude. Want to be at, this will be a good airspeed. Let's give like 16, 17 inches, and let's see if we can't get up to like 105. And then we're going to, for the exam, oh gosh, I'm gonna bug this heading just so that the examiner can see, okay, this is the heading that I mean to roll out on. 10 degrees on the heading. We want to maintain 50-degree bank, so plus minus 5 on the bank, plus minus 100 feet on the altitude. You want to stay within that range. It might vary a little bit because this is a sim and it's hard to kind of feel all those forces. And then plus minus 10 on the airspeed. 3,000 feet HEL for the maneuver. So we're going to start with one to the right and then we'll do one to the left. So for the steep turn, start off with a bank to the right and then a little bit of bump of manifold pressure. And then adding right rudder right about there. Very high energy turn. You really sink it to the seat in real life because you pull about like 1 to like 1.5 G's as you do this maneuver. Slightly gaining altitude, so we'll let go of the stick pressure and let the nose descend just slightly. Get us back down for our altitude. Yeah, that's what we want to hear, the rush of the air. Coming up on the reference, so we're going to roll out of this one and we're going to roll into the next one with left rudder now. And then same bank angle. Just sweeping the nose through the horizon. Damn, I'm doing pretty good, honestly. For being... Alright, so... what's it called? Track error just broke. I can't see my, there we go. I see the reference, and we still made it. And I'm gonna reduce the power. Back down to the power setting. We made it. Kept it within limits. Anything is possible, folks. Set the head tracking. Go. Sometimes the software bugs up and does some wonky stuff. Alright. Let's go ahead and turn around. Keep ourselves in this area out here. Now we're gonna do some performance maneuvers. I'm gonna make this quick and snappy. So we'll go ahead and we use that mountain out there as our reference. Doing a 180-degree turn to clear the area for traffic. It's the first step of the CRAC checklist, CRAAC, versus clearing. The R second step is our reference point, so that's our reference up ahead of us. Then I will set the heading bug accordingly to match up with that. Oh my gosh, this thing is climbing like a rocket. Getting back up to altitude, and just let the nose climb up for a second. And there's my timer for the fuel. We'll switch to the left tank. Reset the timer. I literally have a timer on my watch and I just set it to 15 minutes. So every 15 minutes, we get to switch the fuel tanks. I'm not in a jet, I am in 61 Foxtrot. Ground speed 109 knots. Alright, back up to our altitude is 4,500 feet. I'm gonna go a little bit faster than this. I want to be at 100 knots for this maneuver. So the next maneuver we're gonna do is called a chandelle. And what a chandelle is a high energy turn that adds a bunch of altitude. This is basically, it's a I need to get the heck out of here maneuver, basically. So we're gonna pick a point off of our right wing, so those mountains. It's gonna be a 90-degree point, and what we're gonna do configuration, yeah, gear up, mixture, fuel pump, and run the fullest tank. Cool, crack checklist complete. Make sure that those are being completed. So we're gonna do one turn to the right, increase the bank to 30 degrees, and then we're gonna start pitching the nose up to about 10-15 degrees. Once we hit the 90-degree point, we're gonna be in our maximum pitch up and our maximum bank, and then we start reducing the bank ever so slightly and keep the pitch attitude up where it's at, and the airplane should start slowing down to its slowest airspeed. And we should top out, let's see, this airplane with the kind of performance that it has should top out at about, it gain about 1,000. Let's see if it gains like 1,000 feet. All right, so at our airspeed, we're at our altitude. So we're gonna open up the throttle. We're gonna go full. Thank you, sir. So bank, and then we're gonna start increasing the pitch. Increasing the pitch. Right about there. That should be good for our purposes. And what's my airspeed doing? Should start slowing down. Should start slowing down, and then start reducing the bank. Start reducing the bank. Airspeed's still looking good. Airspeed's still looking good. More right rudder as we get slower and slower and slower. A little bit more, and we're punching right through those clouds, which would be a big no-no in VFR aviation. And then as we recover, as we gained about like 500 feet, went from 4,500 feet, and big needle went up to the top. Says we gain about 500 feet. So that actually tracks real well with the real life airplane. So success, we did not stall. We kept it on the references. Looks good. All right, we're gonna let the nose fall, and then we're gonna pick up the speed, leave the throttle in the power position. And as soon as we get up to, about 100 knots, if you started a little fast, you'll end a little fast on the maneuver. So now we're going to start with a turn to the left, and then pitch the nose up, pitch the nose up, pitch the nose up, 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 and then right rudder as the airplane starts to experience those left-turning tendencies. This airplane does not want to keep its nose up. Being very goofy. Very goofy airplane. And yeah, just like that, we gained another 500 feet on the altimeter. So we'll let the nose, and we'll recover from the procedure. There we go. There we go. Now onwards. Airplane isn't a snoob. What is a snoop? I feel like I get it, but let's reduce the throttle real quick. So we're at full crank. As for this next maneuver, this is called a lazy 8. What a lazy 8 is going to be is we're basically going to do a very gentle turn off to the right, pick the nose up, and then we're going to just let the plane descend once it gets slow. And then we're going to turn it in the opposite direction and do the same thing. It's almost kind of like using the airplane to rock in a hammock is basically what the maneuver is like. It's a lot about maintaining the energy in the airplane, so watching it, trading airspeed for altitude, and then trading the altitude for airspeed, and then vice versa. So at 5,500 feet, yeah, and about 100 knots. And give it a little bit of bump of throttle, but not all the way up to 20. What we'll do is we're going to start with a very, very gentle pitch up, and then we'll start banking the airplane ever so much. When I do this in real life, I literally only have like 2 fingers on the on the controls. This is that SpongeBob episode where Mrs. Puff teaches SpongeBob to drive with just the big toe. So it's the big toe of flying. Maximum pitch up, and as we get to the 90, level attitude, maximum bank. Our nose wants to drop, and we're just gonna let it. We're just gonna let the nose do its thing. very much at the 45 degree, and then we're going to start reducing the bank. The altitude is dropping. We want to drop the altitude back to our starting position. Starting to get a little fast. Now a little bit of nose down. I'm going to get to within 100 feet of where we started. And then bank all the way to 0. And then use that energy that we gained in the opposite direction. As pitch ever so much, ever littlest of bank. Let the airplane do its thing. As we get slower, more left turning tendencies, so we're going to counter with more rudder and maximum bank at the 90 degree. Airplane nose just wants to fall because it's going very slow, and so we're going to let it. In about 500 feet on that portion. Just let the nose fall, Went really fast on that portion. It's supposed to be about 10 knots, so that was probably my power setting was a little much. So let's try that again. Let's see what happens if we do the maneuver at like 17 manifold pressure as opposed to like the 20 we were just at. Back down at our altitude, so we were inside the limits at the altitude. So I have to stay within 100 feet, and I have to stay within 10 knots of the power setting that I set. Actually, let's reduce all the way down to 15 inches of manifold. It is still about precision too, because I have to hit those marks. And because I'm a certified flight instructor applicant, this is also in the vein of I'm teaching someone how to do it like perfectly for the first time. So I have to be perfect when I'm doing it. Well, we are doing about 110 straight and level, so that might check out with what we were doing. Let's move on to the other fundamentals. So now we're going to go into the advanced stalls. So the first one we're going to do is an accelerated stall. And basically the idea is you're going to stall at a higher airspeed when you have bank. Because when we're straight and level, the wings are producing lift perpendicular to the direction that the wind is coming. So the direction lines for the lift point up. If I could find the controls for the visuals in the sim, I could show you the lift lines coming up from the top of the wing. But that's where lift is acting on the plane. It pushes on the airplane and pushes it up. So when we bank, that still remains perpendicular, so we have lift coming out still from this direction. If we split that into vectors, we still have a lot of lift coming up this way, but we also have a little bit of lift pushing us to the side. And that's what causes us to turn. We're going to do a slight clearing turn to the left, and then this maneuver is going to take us, oh gosh, I'm climbing, 5,000 feet. We can stay at 5,000 feet. Or not. Yeah, let's go up to 5,000 feet. Or no, let's descend down to 4,500 feet and stay at a VFR altitude. And let's maintain about... Alright, and then we'll go nose up, reset the trim. And I want to do this starting at... Let's do 100 knots. See what the airplane does at 100 knots. Do like 10 or 12. Problem is, with the gear up, this airframe is like very slippery, so it's very hard for this airframe to lose speed with the power down, because it just wants to cut through the air. We're never releasing gender reveal gasoline right before we land. We're dumping all of it, and we're gonna find out what the gender is. We'll do a little bit of a clearing turn to the left. Back to the area which we were over. Okay. Yeah, so about 15 on the manifold pressure right here. So we'll use this as our Reference heading. What features am I going to use? I'm going to use this mountain range over here. Something identifiable, but we're going to be in a turn, so we're not going to be following too close to it. Get back up to... Let's start the maneuver at 95 knots. So the procedure is going to be... We're going to start the maneuver at 95 knots. Configured. And then what we're going to do is we're going to bank 45 degrees to the left, and then we're going to cut the power all the way down the idle, and then maximum pull on the stick to the brake. So we'll hear a stall horn sound, and then the airplane nose will suddenly drop, and that'll be the brake, and then do the recovery from there. And recovery will be full power, wings level, and then nose down to gain the airspeed, and then arrest the descent, and then climb back up to 4,500 feet. Let's go ahead and start the maneuver by initiating bank, and then cut the power. That's the horn for the gear. Ignore that. So you're gonna then full pull. Ugh. This thing does not want to stall, man. It's a good quality, actually. You want a stall resistant airplane. Come on, stall, damn it! Alright, well, does not want to stall, but we'll apply the recovery full power. And then climb back up, arrest the descent. Stall only offsets. Yeah, we want to keep the ball on their side of the court. Always. Alright. Next item is we're going to be doing something called a cross-control stall, and to show that, I'm going to turn on the yoke. I like to keep these off because sometimes they block some of the items in the cockpit. I'm able to see them. You can see this is what my joystick controls are doing. So we'll turn north, and the procedure for this is we're going to set the airplane down into a landing configuration minus the flaps. And the reason why is because this maneuver can put a lot of strain on the flaps. What we're going to do is we're going to hold the nose position. We're going to let the speed drop down to, we're going to call it 70 knots with flaps up, because the end of the green arc is the clean configuration stall speed, and the end of the white arc is the flaps down stall speed. So even about 10 above the stall speed in the clean configuration should be good. And we're going to trim the airplane. Trim the airplane for the nose up position. Hold the altitude. And once we get to the desired that nose up, and about a praying for me. Okay, now we'll let the nose descend. The vertical speed indicator go down to about 500 feet per minute. And what this is testing is basically a situation where, let's say we have a runway out in that direction, we're going to make that turn to final. Let's say you miss it. You're like, oh crap, and then you decide to add left rudder to try and get over there, but then you have to go aileron right to counteract its effects. So you get into what's called a cross-control stall, where the rudder's going in one direction and the aileron's in another direction, and you're very slow, and nothing's working. So we're gonna set that. This seems to be a very good attitude. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go throttle idle, we're going to go bank 30, and then we're going to go full rudder in the opposite, and there we go. There's the indication. Finally got a stall out of this thing, and we'll climb back up. Trim forward. Trim all the way forward. Get back up to VY, and then make up that altitude that we... So anytime we stall, the airplane is not making the lift needed to support the weight of the airplane. So anytime you're stalling, you're going to be losing altitude. The airplane isn't making enough lift over the wings to support the weight, so you drop. In very extreme circumstances, you can really drop like a stone. So reason why we do stall training is recognizing the effects, using the timer for 15 minutes to switch the tanks, recognizing the effects of when that happens and how to react to it. And so anytime you break the stall, it's because the nose is too high relative to the wind, right? So there's a difference in the angle between where the airplane is cutting into, like the angle at which the airplane is cutting into the wind and what the wind is actually doing. The slower you get, the more the airplane is going to be nose up into the wind to make more lift. And it will make more lift, but only up to a certain point, and that point is called the critical angle of attack. That angle of attack being the angle that the wing, as you can see off to the left, is biting into the wind. When it reaches that critical angle of attack, the wing will always stall. And literally what happens, and there's videos where they've done like wind tunnel tests and everything, where they have the airflow lines, and you can see at that angle of attack, it starts making turbulence, and the airflow stops attaching itself to the the smooth features of the wing, and so when there's turbulence, it stops making that lift that you were looking for, and the airplane will start falling out of the sky. And so you want to reduce that angle of attack by pitching forward and then applying full power. Critical hit, doing some loops. It's that combo. We're doing that combo breaker, filling up the power meter, right? Alright, so the next item on the list is the elevator trim stall. So this is simulating the effects of trimming the airplane for an approach, and then having to do a go around and simulating the effects of what will happen if you don't reduce the trim. So the airplane's gonna pitch up, and we're gonna let the nose pitch up. We won't correct with the rudder, and the nose should pull over to the left. And then once we hear the stall horn, we will do the same thing. We'll pitch the nose down, full power, and then keep the power on, and then right rudder, and then trim forward. So let's reduce the power. We saw about it was like 10 on the manifold. And then we're gonna hold that altitude. So we're gonna use this mountain here as a reference. And then altitude, airspeed, getting down to that airspeed. Mixture, fuel pump, and we're on the fullest tank. And so we have cracked checklist completed. As the airplane slows down, we're gonna introduce, and we're gonna drop the gear for this one. I'm gonna drop flaps. We wanna get into that landing configuration. So we're going to get to the second notch of flaps below 85, and the full notch of flaps. Hold that altitude. There's about 65 knots. We're going to let the nose drop, and then we're going to trim the nose up to maintain that attitude and that heading. Trim it all the way up. Trim it up, trim it up, trim it up. We're in that descent. All right, now let's initiate the maneuver by going full power. Don't touch the rudders. And the airplane pitches up and wants to go over to the left. We should get that stall horn, come on. We heard it momentarily right there. I'm gonna use aileron to keep it doing what it's doing. So the elevator's been trimmed into a position where it wants to pitch up, but it's just way too much. So we're gonna pitch forward, right rudder, and we're gonna trim forward 65 knots now. So we're gonna go flaps up a notch, and we'll climb at 70. Go up one more notch, and then we'll climb at 80 knots. Keeping that positive pitch attitude, go ahead and bring the gear up. And yeah, we'll climb up to 4,500 feet. We're gonna pick a point on the ground now and do our first ground reference maneuvers. So I have the interchange on the freeway over here, and we'll use that as our spot basically. And we're gonna do what's called a steep spiral. So this is a ground reference maneuver where we basically want to keep the point underneath our wing and spiral around it. And it's also a really good chance to practice our emergency procedure flows for engine out procedures. Every pilot needs to have their emergency procedure flows down because you have to have memory items, because when the engine fails, and sometimes they do, you want to be prepared for that. So we're coming up to this point, so I have the point right here. It's this freeway overchange. And so we'll bug this heading. And as we come up to this heading every 360, we're gonna briefly put the power up to clear the engine. So coming over this point, we're gonna go power idle. We're gonna ignore the gear warning for now. We're gonna pitch for 76 knots is the first item on the emergency procedures checklist. Get back down to 76 knots. I have my best landing spot. It's gonna be the freeway underneath me. Hopefully it's clear of traffic and there's no one on it that we're gonna land into. Bringing that airspeed down to 76, so we're above 80 at the moment. Still some airspeed we can lose. There we go, about 75, 76. And momentarily check over as we're keeping our eyes on the point below us. Go ahead and drop gear to prepare for that landing, and then communicate. Then we'll do the checklist. So the checklist items: simulate switching the tanks. We're gonna simulate fuel pump on, mixture full rich, and simulate the mags, checking the mags left to right to back to both. We had a carb heat. We would turn the carb heat on, glance over at the airspeed a little fast. Making sure that the airspeed is on point is important because being at that airspeed is going to give us our best glide range. So we lose altitude as we do this maneuver. A little bit more pitch up. I'll trim it in. Trim it in, trim it in, there we go. And what we're doing is, and then I declare squawk 7700, talk to SoCal, and I'd say Piper 686 from Foxtrot, Mayday, engine failure, we're over the 101 and planning to prepare to land on the freeway. And as we pass through the altitude, 2,300 feet AGL, we're gonna do those action items now to prepare for the off-field landing. So that'd be mixture to cut off. We're not going to do it, but we're going to simulate it. So mixture to cut off, fuel pump off, mags off, and then keep the electronics on. And then we want to maneuver into a position where we're going to treat it like we're going to land at an airfield, right? So I'm coming around and then going to set up for a landing. So we're going to treat it like I'm on my crosswind right now. I'm going to fly out, keep the point below me because this is where I've chosen to land. Watch my airspeed. A little bit of maneuvering to put it back up, and then what I would do if I were to land, I'd start putting in my flaps and then preparing to land in that direction. Where's the wind coming out of? Okay, it's coming from the sea, so I would land in that direction. So we keep the turn going, at my airspeed. Here come the folks. What's my AGL? We want to stay at 1,000 feet AGL over the terrain, because that is the law of the land. There is actually a regulation that says 1,000 feet from the nearest congested area. So, forgot to clear the engine, so I missed that point. But I kept it over the point, so we're gonna climb out. So for the next flaps are up, so we'll go gear up. We'll reduce the speed, and we're gonna keep the plane at about 90 knots. So that's gonna be that big marker to the right of the 100. And now we get to do one of my favorite maneuvers, which is called 8s on pylons. And what 8s on pylons is basically this big test of coordination between visual references outside and your own airplane coordination. And basically what it is we set a ground speed about 95 knots, so that'll give us a pivotal altitude of about 800 or so. We're gonna look for 2 points. In between those 2 points, we're gonna be doing a big figure 8 in between those points. Way too much nose down. We're gonna stay at this altitude. I wanna make sure that we're 1,000 feet above any congested area. All of these houses, all of these neighborhoods can be considered a congested area. You know what? I have... And certainly just not want to, just not want to stay level. Gosh. Actually, you know what? I have these 2 hills. There are these 2 hills right here, and right here. Let's use these 2 hills. They look about level. Oh, 4, so 14, 15, 16, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That works out for me. So yeah, those will be our 2 pylons. These 2 square whatevers on these hills. Actually not that bad of a reference. And the wind is coming from the sea. So we want to enter this maneuver on the downwind. Our landing spot, gosh, we can find one. We have, we have that yard over there as our landing spot. We also have the street, the surface street running through the middle, and we have this street as well for designated landing spots. Flying perpendicular, so I'm going to set the reference bug to this mark right here, which is my 45 degree off my left shoulder, and that's going to be our entry. And then we're going to roll in. And basically, we're going to be varying our bank and our altitude to keep these points basically at the tip and right in front of our wings. Making sure that we maintain a good altitude above the surrounding area so that we don't get any complaints sent into the FAA. It should be good. It should be really, really good. So rolling in, we want to be tangent. It's a good power setting right there. I might reduce it just a little bit to... And roll out. Have the opposite pylon. You can see we're doing kind of a figure 8 in between the 2 pylons. Gosh, I'm gonna lose my voice. So now we're gonna roll to grab this pylon, and we have tailwind, so we need higher bank. I'm gonna pitch the airplane up slightly, ever so slightly. Pitching the airplane up so that it reduces our speed. The pylon is still going backwards, but as we reduce our speed is going very, very slow. Now that pylon is moving ahead. And I'm just flying this maneuver looking outside and doing the adjustments from the cockpit. Now we'll shallow out the bank and then nose forward to gain more ground speed. And I want to roll such that I am about 90 degrees from our mark off to our right. There's the other pylon. EGL, yeah, we're a little bit lower. That is part of the course. And we'll grab this pylon over here. Should we stay coordinated? Keep those settings that we had. We're going to shallow out the bank even more as we head into the headwind over here. Shallow out the bank, shallow out the bank. There we go. Yeah, we want shallower bank into the wind. Whew, there goes the wind. Now, as we turn away from the wind, and it's going to become a tailwind, we're going to increase the bank and put the nose down to increase our ground speed. See, the pylon's still moving ahead, so we just reduce the bank ever so slightly. And now it's starting to move back. And roll out, and we should be tangent with the other pylon. There it is. There's 8s on pylons. Alright, let's go ahead and climb back up so that we're not bothering these residents and we don't get any noise complaints from below us. Perfect timing because that's my watch going off, reminding us to select the fuel tanks. And then we'll go back and we'll do some pattern work and do our landings. Oh my gosh. Don't tell me there's robots! Be gone, freak. Nah! I got words for you. Ah! Attitude! I can't fly and ban people at the same time. I say be gone to you! Haha! Very aptly named, if you ask me. Alright, so we will head back home. We're gonna practice our landings. And now there's different kinds of landings that we're going to practice. So as we climb up, we want to make sure that we get our attitude. Don't see as much ground and we see more sky, so that's how we know that the plane is pitched up. And in a climb, full power, it's just like driving up a hill, right? When you drive up a hill, you have to use more gas or else the car is going to slow down. It's the same thing in an airplane, and when we descend, we're going to see more ground, then we see sky, and when you're descending in a car down a hill, you let off the gas right, or else you're going to go a million miles a minute. So you do the same thing in an airplane. We're going to climb back up to, yeah, we'll go 3,500 feet back home. This airplane can really climb though because it's got a turbocharger. It's got a lot of power. It's a really nice cross-country, high-altitude airplane. Doesn't suffer from lack of power when it's hot or when you're at a high altitude. It's a really great airplane for mountain flying. We're going to be following the 101 freeway all the way back home. We have it off of our right. And then as we get into the San Fernando Valley ahead of us, we're going to go through Warner Center. I'm going to call Contact Tower. And before we do that, getting back up to our cruise altitude, let's get back to the checklist and let's be really good about our checklist usage. Our power set, mixture, instruments, and then we've been switching to the proper fuel tanks. We're going to keep the fuel pump on because for our descent, mixture richen, we're on the full rich position, so we'll keep that setting in. Carb heat, we do not have carb heat installed on this airplane. Fuel in the proper tank, we have 11 more minutes on this fuel tank. Let's go ahead and grab the ATIS for this airfield. Okay, we're still getting Mike. Okay, still information Mike. So, when you call into an airport, there's a procedure that they want where basically it's handing out, this is all the important information that you want the pilots to know at that particular airport. And so what they do is they make you listen to that frequency and note down what that letter is. So they told us Mike, so Mike is the NATO alphabet letter for M. And so when you call in, you're going to tell them that, hey, I got the information for the airport, and that's called Mike. So, we don't have ATC services at the moment, but if we were to get closer to those skyscrapers over there, you would say, hey, Van Nuys Air Traffic Control, this is Cherokee 6861 Foxtrot over Warner Center with information Mike for the option we want to stay in the pattern. And what they would say is, in Cherokee 6861 Foxtrot, continue inbound right traffic for runway 16 left. So basically we're gonna get closer to the airport. That's our airport in front of us, and basically you're gonna enter the pattern on the right side for this particular runway, and we will give you further instructions. Is basically what that means. So we just checked off the ATIS AWAS section by listening to the ATIS. I think it stands for Automated Terminal Information System. I should know this. And what was the altimeter setting? Let's listen to it again. Switch it. Let's switch it. Ugh, 36 is very hot. 29905. Okay, add enough of you. And we'll stop monitoring you, and we're going to start descending down to 2,000 feet, which is the pattern altitude for the right runway. That's runway 16 right. In our pre-landing checklist, we're going to check the brakes, make sure that they have they're powered. Landing light, we are going to leave on. Autopilot, turn off. We don't have air conditioning on this airplane. Check our seatbelts and harnesses and make sure that they're secure for landing. Make sure best power, that's the full forward position. No carb heat, fuel pump on, and then fuel on the proper tank. We have 8 more minutes on this fuel tank, and then flaps on schedule. So we're gonna enter in the pattern, and then we're gonna go gear down on the downwind. We're gonna aim for 90 knots with the gear down. And then continue to fly into the airport, and then we're gonna turn perpendicular to the runway before we get all the way to it. And we're gonna fly out and do a 180 turn back into the runway. So that's gonna be making our base turn from downwind, and then turning from turning base to final. And we're gonna be landing on runway 16 left. So we're gonna call on Unicom, let everybody know what our intentions are. Van Nuys traffic, Cherokee 6861 Foxtrot, 5 miles to the west of Van Nuys. The pattern work for 16 left, and we'll take off some landings on 16 left, Van Nuys. Is SRS on? Has it been on? It's been on, I think. And continue our descent. Let's descend. Take the power out, continue our descent. We're still about 500 feet above the altitude that we want to be at. As we get slower, we're going to get into what's called the region of reverse command. So instead of power making us faster and pitch, giving us up or down, then pitch gives us our airspeed and power gives us our altitude. It's the quirk of how drag affects the way that our plane responds to the different kinds of controls. 95 knots, we want to get down to 90 knots on this airplane. It's a little bit steeper than the 45-degree entry into the downwind that we want to have for this airport, but we're starting to see more detail on the runway. And as we get closer, we're going to start turning downwind. There we go, there's our airspeed. And we're about trimmed there. So as we get closer, I'm going to start increasing the power. The nose should pitch up from there. Yes! Emojis! Give me all the emojis! And just a quick before landing checklist. Mixture, power. Let's go ahead and drop our gear. Let's increase the power to account for the extra drag from the gear. Landing spot is going to be, we're going to be aiming for the numbers. Our aim point is going to be that first arrow. There we go, there's 2,000 feet. So 2,000 feet, and then parallel to the runway, we're going to go ahead and reduce the throttle. We go throttle full forward. Give it a little bit more power, we don't want this extreme of a descent rate. So below 102 flaps 50, the nose is going to rise, counteractive with pitch forward. Wait till we're 45 degrees, numbers are 45 degrees off my shoulder, there they are. Bank 30 degrees and keep coordinated on the turn. Looking for our landing spot. Starting to drift a little bit low. So I'm gonna add some power. I also want to pitch up, get below 85 knots with 10 degrees of flaps. There we go. So below 85, flaps 25. Now we want to aim for 75 knots. Now we are perpendicular to the runway. This is called the base turn. 75 knots, that's perfect. That's the airspeed and attitude that we want. 500 feet per minute descent. Checking approach and we're clear. Checking final, we're clear. Chassis on the left telling us that we're on the glide path. It's those two, we'll see 2 white and 2 red lights. So when you have white and red, go dead ahead. Final notch of flaps, and we're aiming for, let's go ahead and do a short approach. We'll pitch up and aim for about 62 knots. It's gonna be a high attitude up. And so we wanna be plus minus 5 knots and within 100 feet of the landing zone. Gosh, right rudder, gosh dang it. Oh, this plane feels very uneasy. I'm gonna add some power. Okay, that is flaps down. Starting the trend high, so I'm going to reduce the power, reduce the power. Yeah, we have wind, lots of wind coming from the left. So we're going to correct to the left, get back onto the center line. A little bit fast. We're aiming for the top of that first arrow, so that's the point that shouldn't be moving, and then we're going to swing the nose with the rudder. And add some power for the wind correction. Add this, and then as we come into ground effect, our idle. Simulate flaps up, we'll go into the short field takeoff, so flaps 25. Full power, so we get the max braking, aerodynamic braking. And we'll take right back off. Yeah, it's way, way smoother than the real life airplane. Yeah, let the speed build up. Get up to, come on. Let's get up to 70 knots. It tends to be 70 knots is, there we go. There's our climb speed. And the positive rate. Gear up. And we'll go, not too slow, too slow, too slow, too slow. Nose forward. And flaps 25. Get that wind correction in. Gender is fire. We landed on 1-6 right, I just noticed. We were supposed to land on 1-6 left. Okay, so we're gonna get the left turn to the flood basin. There we go, there's my pitch up. Flaps 10, oh, there's flaps up. And now our altitude for the other side of the pattern is going to be 1,800 feet. So one side of the pattern is 200 feet below the other. And it's because there's landing traffic that lands at Burbank right above us. I'm going to start that turn to the left to the crosswind. It's actually going to take us into the wind because a lot of wind coming from the left. We saw how much crab angle we had Cupcakes. Cupcakes. Our ground speed is not going to be as fast going in this direction. It's going to drop slightly. And here comes my altitude, so I'm going to pitch forward first, and then reduce the power, and then trim forward. And now we're going to turn the airplane to the left, a little bit of left rudder, a little bit far from the runway. I spent a little bit more time than I wanted to on the crosswind. I'm going to aim for the lowest point in the mountains as kind of my direction that I want to go. That's going to take me parallel to the runway. What is that magic manifold pressure? Is it 15? Might be 15. Now let's make it like 13, 12. That might be the magic number right there. Okay, I'm getting the beep for the fuel tank, so we're gonna go fullest tank. And before landing checklist, we will throw the gear out. Yeah, let's keep it at about like 14 inches, and then 15 the extra drag. Lost about 100 feet of altitude, so let's pitch it back up. That's gonna slow us down. That's what we want. Then mixture full bridge, fuel pump on, landing light on. Check seat belts, make sure that we're secure. And then pre-landing checklist complete. Like 17, 18 inches of manifold pressure. Let's see what that gets us. Just kind of want to fly this a little bit outwards. 85. How do I get 90? Show me the magic juice to get 90 knots. Anyways, past our landing point, so we're going to reduce the powder about 10 inches and then deploy the first notch of flaps. Pitch forward to resist the forces from the added degree of flaps. And then, yeah, about 45, we passed that point. I'm gonna add some inside rudder, inside the turn. We're at 80, coming down to 75. We want to be a little bit faster than this. So I'll add some power. Reaching the runway. Below 85, flaps second notch, checking for landing traffic. No landing traffic. And when on the runway, want to be at about 75 knots as we come out of this turn. Start our turn, a little bit of left rudder early so we don't miss the runway. And then on final, last notch of flaps. Let's do a soft field normal. So the operation is going to be, we want to maintain center line, we want to maintain 65 knots. I'm going to have to because we have to add a crosswind component. And yeah, landing at the bottom of the first arrow. Have to add a little bit of power for that crosswind correction. And slide. Let's just be easy on the rudder. The sim. What is my opinion on cheese leek soup? Let me land the airplane first. God damn it! A little bit of a hard landing. Keep the nose up. Keep the nose up. And then into the soft field takeoff. So we'll go nose up, and then keep it in the ground effect. Accelerate in the ground effect. Accelerate in the ground effect. Come on. Until we're at the X. Up to flaps 25, and then we'll pitch the nose up. Took a little bit of time. I shouldn't have taken so much time. Nose down. We want to not stall again. Just did that whole exercise on elevator trim stall. Once we're clear of the obstacles ahead of us. Cheese leek soup. I have never had cheese leek soup, so I don't really have an opinion on cheese leek soup. I have an opinion on miso. I love miso soup. And we'll leave the gear down for this next Phase of flight, so now flaps up. Let's climb at 76. There we go. The airplane should naturally pitch up and kind of stay at this. There's a lot of turbulence. A lot of turbulence. I post a link for the recipe. I don't even know if the chat's gonna allow links, because sometimes the bot will like eat it up. So post it on Abe's server under the food. I'll take that recipe. I've been learning to cook. Recently. I've actually been learning some recipes. I've taught myself how to grill. There you go. It works. German style leek and cheese soup. Very, very interesting. On the crosswind, final altitude we want to hit is 1,800 feet. We are at 1,550. Getting up to 1,600 feet. So a little bit more climbing to go. We make sure that our downwind turn, make sure that it doesn't take us too far from the runway. Alright, pre-landing checklist. Seatbelts, make sure they're secure. Mixture full wedge, fuel pump on, and we're on the fullest tank for 9 more minutes. Or fuel indicators say. Not even a dent. Okay, getting up to altitude, and we'll reduce the throttle. What did we say? It was like 17 or so? 17 on the manifold pressure. Recommended for a rainy or cold day. Make it a big pass so you can eat it from 2 to 3 days. Nice. I haven't had too many rainy days because it's in the middle of summer. It's been like close to 100 degrees temperature every single time. So the next item that we're going to cross off is called the Power Off 180. So basically this is going to be simulating an emergency failure while in the pattern. So we're going to cut the throttle and then we're going to glide the airplane down to the touchdown zone. And so what we'll do is we will cut the throttle once we get a beam of the numbers, and then it's up to us to manage our energy all the way down to the foot of the runway. All right, ready, and at the power. Pitch the airplane up for 76 knots. That's our glide speed. There we go. And I'm gonna keep us. Oh my gosh, it's starting to drop. Let's start turning towards the runway, keeping this attitude. And what's gonna happen is the wind's gonna start pushing us towards the runway because we have that nice tailwind. Oh my gosh, am I gonna make it? Yeah, it's not happening. The problem with this model of the airplane is, I think, it models too much drag. So we'll say, 686 from Foxtrot going around 16 left, preparing for another try at the Power of 180. Do not cross this end of the runway. Do not drift into 16 right. Want to make sure that we are correcting into the wind sufficiently enough that we don't drift into the other runway. Yeah, soup for a rainy day. That is mad vibes for sure. Do like me that. I'll have to drink some water at some point, but I'm busy flying an airplane. Okay, once we crush. We're going to crush this power off landing, so we'll just turn earlier to account for the extra drag modeled on the gear. Make our crosswind turn at the same place at the flood basin. Do not pass go, do not collect 200. Failure. The examiner would say, okay, I'll give you one more try. Gotta make it stick this time. They're very, very, very strict, right? But also, I'm also trying to teach through the maneuver as well. We are at 1,800 feet, so we're gonna push the nose down, and we set up, it was about, like 16, 17 inches on the manifold pressure. We're gonna start that turn to the left, and we've been correcting to the left for a while, so we're gonna go from the left crosswind directly into the downwind. So I'm gonna hold this turn and not level it out, because I like to stay basically on this freeway right here. If I'm past the freeway, I know I'm too far, because we're basically on the freeway when we started that maneuver, so if we're not on it. If we're not on our distances from the runway, then it makes our job harder to set up for all the maneuvers. Slight descent, and I'm gonna pick the airplane back up. So it's about that power setting. Again, about 90 knots. Nice. So we just gotta remember there's a shit ton of drag on the airplane with the gear down. Make sure that the gear is indeed down. It is. Fuel pump on, mixture full rich, on the fullest tank, and make sure the seatbelts are secure. That start before landing checklist complete. There's the runway. And once we're done with this, we'll do an A320 flight around the area. We'll go up to San Francisco. That's what we'll do. The X tower's still up. All right, so now being the touchdown points, we're gonna go throttle full idle. We're going to trim the airplane for 76 knots for glide speed. Let's go ahead and start our turn towards the airport. Not let the airplane get too slow. There we go. There we go. Oh, I'm feeling this one. I am so feeling this one. In a, non-sexual way, of course. There we go, there we go, there we go! Yes, with that wind pushing us, we're even slightly fast, slightly high. In it right on the numbers, right on the numbers. A little bit beyond my landing point, but crushed it. We crushed it. Crushed it. That's the power off 180, folks. All right, gonna blow up the map. To give us our taxi diagram, we have taxiway Golf. We're gonna clear the runway going off to the left. We have our after landing checklist, and we're not gonna touch it until we're clear of the runway. We're gonna stop right in the middle of these hold short lines. These hold short lines basically denote when you're on the runway, when you're off the runway. So we're in between these two runways, and we're gonna call out Van Nuys traffic, Cherokee 6861 Foxtrot, crossing 16 right and going to Hurricane Van Nuys. All right, keeping the lights on, we're going to scurry over the runway, give it some power, open up the window because it is a very hot day indeed at 36 degrees centigrade. Once our tail is clear of that line, we're going to switch over to ground frequency. We'll monitor Unicom, and then for the action items, it's going to be flaps up, no carb heat, fuel pump off. We're going to move the mixture to the lean position. We're going to keep the strobes on, landing lights on. We're about to move. Trim for takeoff. Let's see. Move the trim basically to that position. What this trim does is it's connected to the pulleys that are connected to the elevator control on this. So when you pull back and pull forward, this is what it's doing. So I'm gonna pull back and it moves the tail backward like that. And if you move it forward, move the tail just like that. So setting the trim is gonna set basically the default position of that of the elevator to hold, you know, certain performance figures on the airplane. So landing way on. We check for traffic to the left, traffic in front of us, traffic to the right. Stay on the center lines. Ground car traffic right in the middle of the taxiway. What are they doing? A taxi right around them. Alright, we're gonna get a tube jet flight in here in not too long. We're gonna get it done. We're gonna have some fun. Actually gonna make use of air traffic controls. And we see what the wind is doing, so we're gonna correct on the ground. We're in the wind. We're clear of taxiway Foxtrot. We're gonna continue. Hitting the fuel tank switch. Should have turned the fuel pump on, but there we are. A lot of wind today. Get around this car real quick. I'll straight through him. Stay on the center line. We're clear of traffic on Echo. And we're gonna make the turn onto Alpha 3. So in front of us is clear. Delta's clear. Ground car traffic. Well, someone's on right in the middle of the taxiway. It's not very realistic. I don't know. You would not see this in real life. The controls dive away from the wind because it's at our back now. Make sure we maintain, about 1,000 RPM. Make sure there's no helicopter traffic taking off. Want to make sure there's no traffic coming out of our right. Want to make sure there's no traffic coming out of the alleyway ahead of us. Handling on this plane is not the greatest. Not the latest, not the greatest. Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas. Make that turn to the left. And we're almost home, but that doesn't mean we can't take our attention off of, our taxi. We want to be eyes up. We have more checklist items as soon as we get back to where we is at. Where is the Hobbs timer? This thing. Cannot tell. And then no traffic around us. And then we'll pull up to this this hangar over here. Neat little hangar over here. So we'll take this this taxiway over here. You see our taxi light is on, it's being reflected in the window ahead of us. And then taxi this way. Stay on the taxi lines, stay on the taxi lines. Put the brakes on, get back to the checklist, so ELT, verify that it's silent, go no avionics, switch to flip for the avionics, and then AC off before we turn off the plane. See, there would be it's a nice. Yeah, they're gonna take me home after this. Priority, right? Oh, here we go. Here's the Hobbs timer. Write that down. 186. We'd switch the mags on and off to clear the mags. That does a function in the simulator, so we're not gonna do that. And then we go. Mixture off. And off, and then switches right to left, and then we secure the airplane from there. And there's the end of that flight. Cool, or is that cool? All right, let's go have some fun. We're gonna hop into a tube liner. Hop into a tube liner and let's I don't know, let's do a flight up to like San Francisco. It's starting to get dark over here. I want to do it while we have daylight. So we'll take off from Los Angeles. I want to hop into a I don't want to hop into the A300, but I just want to do a short flight. That's all. Okay, now who does routes? Just the short routes. I guess Spirit does. So does Frontier. We could do. Why don't we do Spirit? We'll do Spirit. I'll leave the same number on there. And for Spirit, actually I don't remember what stalls they fly from, but we'll go, I don't know, go here. That seems to be right. And then I'm gonna switch the reference over to this one, because that's what I use for the sim to... I'm gonna open up a web page so I can do the sim airliner brief. It's a page, it's a site that gives out like airliner style dispatch system briefings. The important thing that they do is change the title. Just takes a while to load everything. Why does it take so long for stuff to load? Why does it do that? We're gonna do a new flight. We will do... That's for... Oops. We'll do KLAX to... Excuse me. KSFO. And then what I'm gonna do is, gosh. I wanted to get the checklist out. I think Spirit is NKS, right? And then we'll do 1337. If you know, you know. And then airframes available. Oh, let's add a new... Open up the airframe editor. New airframe. A20X. Yeah, we'll do the fly-by-wire. Post comments. I'll save the airframe. I'm gonna go back to my saved airframes. I should have two A20Ms. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is the fly-by-wire one. I'm on a web page that's doing the what's it called? On the iPad. You know what I'd like to do? Actually move the. I want to set up the throttles real quick because I have some detents on this throttle that I'm getting horribly distracted right now. Toga on axis, reverser. We'll do no reverser on the axis. Okay, so we'll do set idle there, and we'll set idle there. I guess what we'll do from here is KSSI cal, so we'll do that. Let me refresh the page, and yeah, now it says the KLAX to KSFO. We'll do NKS 1337. The airframe will do the fly-by-wire A32X. Good node items type. Clock time 1:35. Departure 24 left. Arrival 28 left. Nice. Auto passengers 0 fuel weight. Number 2, Stoked Surfer, Server 4. Yeah, that should. Right. Do generate flight. This flex. What I want to do is, I'm going to put my Atari detent inside my throttle. I literally have a physical piece that I can move out of my joystick. I can put this piece in that adds resistance, so I have to physically lift the throttles and push it over. It's really nice for DCS. Alright, we're gonna use my cat's food dispenser. Rocky's getting some food to eat. So right here, so right here, so this will be toga right here. We'll turn the timer off now. Okay, so we'll set this as our flex. And then our climb, set our climb to about right here. Idle all the way. Save and apply. Nice. That's going to be our climb. That's right in the middle. And we have flex and I should really set it. I like having. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do, because then otherwise it just resets itself and goes stupid. So I set toga to about right there. Save and apply. So we have climb right there. We have flex, and then above, and then toga's right there. That's perfect. Yeah, because then at the top of this right here, it hits the physical detent. So all I need to do is bring it back below the detents to get into flex. Perfect. It's perfection. All right. And then for the reversers. Ah, yes. Oh, for the reversers, and then get it over the. All right. Yeah, that works out for me. Yeah, I don't like having the reversers on the axis. That's just, it makes things weird. Makes things weird. Okay. We'll do the pre-file on the network. What's the Zulu time right now? It's 0:03. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. Ugh. Remember my freaking login for VATSIM. It's ridiculousness. I don't ever remember my password. This is insane. Is this my VATSIM? Is this really it? Can't remember for the life of me. Let's see, so let's say one. And off block time, we'll skip that off to like 45. 145. Airspeed is going to be 441 knots. Fuel endurance 2 hours. Okay. Flight plan has been filed. So now we're going to connect to the network. No longer as a PA28, but we're going to sign it as our MKS 1337. We are A20N November. A-Cars. PC call sign 1337 equipment, departure KLAX, destination SFO. KLAX Summer Stoked Surfer, Surfer 4 KSFO, altitude 360, squawk 6770, remarks, cleared summer to departure, stoked. Transition climb via SID, accept, maintain 5000, expect, flight level 360, 5 minutes after departure, departure frequency offline. That works for me! We have ATIS and we have a tower frequency. So first off, now that we have all of that, what do you say about the Ohio Supreme Court ruling that boneless wings can't contain bones? I read up on why all of that happened, and basically what happened was it was like an actual thing that happened where someone had discovered a piece of bone inside of a boneless something, and what happened was they got really seriously injured. Here, I'm gonna take my headset off for a second. I'm gonna keep talking. So they got really seriously injured by the bone, trying to, swallow it and everything. And so they were suing, I think they were suing the company or the restaurant because they said, hey, you said that there were bone fragments inside this thing. And so it went up to the Supreme Court, the state Supreme Court, and they said, yeah, so basically, even though it says it's boneless, they cannot guarantee that that can be a reliable, thing. So basically, the law now says, I'm gonna clean the my rudder pedals real quick. Gosh, what they ruled was basically no one can reasonably conclude that it's ever going to be totally free from bones or something like that. I don't know. There's been some really cheesed out stuff that courts have been, suggesting recently, but that's one of those items where it's like, kind of makes sense. It's really in the vein of I remember when people were making fun of, the whole McDonald's thing and oh yeah, the lit says it's, hot, you're supposed to have hot coffee, but what really happened was McDonald's was superheating their coffee to insane temperatures, and so what happened was this lady, she spilled this Ready Fresh coffee on her by accident, and it was so damn hot that that it injured her, and she actually got burns through a large percentage of her body. So her suit was, hey, this completely ruined my life, and I want something for it, right? And so that's what that court ruling came out to be. And all right, with everything set up and we have the flight plan in, let's go ahead and get this airplane set up. We have a checklist. Okay, cockpit preparation, gear and pick up, remove, fuel quantity. I'll have to write that in. It's going to be in the... Let's import the SimBrief data. There we go. We have all the information ready to go. We're going to go ahead and plug the ground power in. We're going to ask for the connection to the jet bridge. Do we have traffic? Are there other people at this airport? There are! They're just on the other side of the airport. Perfect. I bet Legal Eagle's probably gonna make a video about that whole boneless. That'll be an interesting one. I'm not a lawyer, so take everything that I say with a grain of salt, but Alright, so we have ground power available, we have the doors open. Now we're gonna go ahead and switch on the batteries. We're gonna go ahead and switch to, so ATIS frequencies on 1338. So we're going to bring up VHF2. Go ahead and select 133.8.
Los Angeles International Airport ATIS information Bravo 0053 Zulu. Wind 250 at 10. Visibility 10. Few clouds at 500. 15,000 scattered. 25,000 scattered. Temperature 22. 2.16. Altimeter 2996. Simultaneous instrument approaches and area navigation RNP runways 24 right and 25 approaches. Parallel approaches in progress between Los Angeles and Hawthorne airports. Simultaneous instrument departures in progress runways 24 and 25. Notices to air mission. ATEX system in use. Activate transponder with mode C on all taxiways and runways. Readback all runway hold short instruction. Include your call sign in all readbacks. Advise on initial contact. You have information Bravo.
Information Bravo is had. Let's turn them off.
Los Angeles International Airport ATIS information Bravo 0053 Zulu. Wind 250
Oh my God,
at
shut the fuck
10.
up.
Visibility 10.
Alright, that's VHF 1. Let's go ahead and listen to Tower 12095. Let's turn up their volume. And then we have this ACARS message right here, so we're going to go ahead and copy our clearance. So we are clear to KLAX to KSFO via the Summer 2 departure to Stoked to Surfer, and then Surfer 4. These are waypoints that I am writing down, and basically the clearance is saying these are the waypoints that you're going to hit as you are, and then it's going to be maintain 5,000 and then expect 360 5 minutes after departure. Frequency is going to be, departure frequency is offline. Oh, actually, SoCal just turned on, so we might get one of those. 128.050, and then we are squawking. What's the squawk code? 6770. Right. Going back to our checklist. Trying to be good on checklist usage, so we have our fuel quantity from the seatbelts on. So for the aiders, so we want to turn on the gyroscopes for the nav system. Go ahead and select the desired system. GPS primary losses, clear that message out. And then we'll go into the initialization. Go into the route request. Uplink insert in progress. AOC actual flight plan uplink. Okay. And then on ForeFlight, what I'm going to do is I'm going to build the flight plan on ForeFlight as well. Oh my gosh, it turned off. Let me try and bring it back up for you guys. What time is it? 5 minutes of back. Okay, so it's 761. Oh. 7361. Okay, and then I gotta. There we go. So now we get to build the route from here. Go KLAX. And then he said it's the summer departure. barrel reference, let's make sure that we get those in 29906. So we're setting the altimeter setting. So the pressure changes depending on different conditions in the atmosphere, and what this does, it basically zeroes out the altimeter so that everyone reads at the same level, regardless of whether the pressures increase or decrease. So now that checklist item is complete. Checklist as complete. Proceed to the next checklist. It's going to be our before start checklist. A parking brake as required. Takeoff speeds and thrusts. Verify. Windows close and open. Let's also let's get everyone. Start refueling the tanks, and
boarding completed.
Boarding on well, the weights and everything, and then this is the page that we're going to use for the initialization performance figures. So basically, what's happening is we're putting numbers into the computer right here, such that the computer knows how fast to climb and how tight its turns it can be depending on the weight, depending on how much fuel is on board. So basically, and it's all so that it can save fuel. It's actually a really fascinating system. This guy needs to shut the fuck up. Excuse me for my language. See a flight plan discontinuity, and that's because I'm going to show everyone is when it said summer 4. So this is called a departure, and this is called a standard instrument departure. All airliner traffic is run under a rule set called instrument flight rules, which is basically you're able to fly without having to refer to anything outside. So it's all about hitting waypoints. It's all about all that kind of ish. And you know what? So LAX tower just closed, so we're gonna go over to 128.05. Hate it when they do this. 128.050. Get it. 128.050.
Alright, close to Atlanta Hartsfield Airport, S5, maintain 5000, level 35010 after, departure for you, 2060 in the box.
Walker 3439, you're back correct.
Morning, we just boarded everyone on.
And 78 Quebec, we'd like to do 1 or 2 more patterns here.
78 Quebec, roger. Make right close traffic running to it, right?
Alright, so going back to the routes.
Make right close traffic to it, right.
I'm gonna bring up the routes over here. This is the same PDF that we get website. There's my route. Summer 2 stoked direct Surfer, then Surfer 4, and then KSFO. So we're gonna do. So a departure is basically like an on-ramp to the IFR network. So the on-ramp can take you to different destinations, and so we want to go north because that's where San Francisco is. It's up here. Now it says to go to this waypoint, the stoked point. And we'll be getting what our runway assignment is in a second, but most likely it's going to be 24 left. If we get a different runway assignment, we're going to go back into the flight plan and we're going to change it. So then it's the flight plan says direct Surfer. So I'm just going to go ahead and put in Surfer. Waypoints are denoted by 5 characters. The navigational beacons are denoted by 3 characters.
78 Quebec is on the right downwind to it, right.
78 Quebec, runway to it, right, clear to land. Or correction, clear
So
for the
I'll put
options.
in KSFO.
Clear to the options to it, right, 78 Quebec.
Approach is built up. Then we do the arrival. That's the Surfer 4 arrival, which starts at Surfer waypoint. Add to the route. And then we're going to do an approach. We'll do ILS and the 28 left is what we're going to be expecting. And we're probably going to expect it from waypoint Eddie because it connects from the arrival. So a lot of these routes are designed to interconnect with each other.
Whiskey Hotel.
So you transition
maintain
smoothly
VFR.
from one phase to another.
45
Nice.
45 Whiskey,
So we have a
confirm you wanna go
route
back
built
up to
up. Now
San
let's do
Diego?
the same for the real life thing.
Once we round this corner here, from 45 Whiskey.
So we'll do the departure. That's what we just were setting up. So we're going to be doing a departure 24 left. I'm going to move this page up with the up arrow down to the, there we go, Summer 2. And then the waypoint that it hooks into is Stoked. I'm going to insert this into the flight plan. And now we see that there's a green, it's a green line that shows us our flight plan. And sure enough, it shows us basically the same thing, right? That we have set up on the iPad. Very, very nice. Very, very nice how that works out. And then, let's go through the waypoints and make sure that everything connects. Stoked, Surfer, flight plan discontinuity. So let's go ahead and push our destination and the arrival. So we're gonna do the
And
ILS.
Sony Quebec would like to depart the
28
pattern
left
and head back to Limburg
approach.
if possible.
And then for the star, we're going to select.
378 Quebec, Roger,
We
make
have the
left
Surfer
crosswind
4.
departure.
Left crosswind
Via
departure,
Eddie.
7 Quebec.
Let's insert that.
345
We get different instructions on the way over. We get
345,
vectors.
contact
We're
number
gonna follow
tower
what
18.32.
air traffic control tells us first. What did he say? Let's go back to.
Air Force
checklist.
378 Quebec, contact Limburg Tower 18.32.
18.37 Quebec. See.
This is not a very descriptive checklist. My doggies. The doggies have a lot to say. Alright, so we have our flight plan in. Go into the performance now, and to get the performance, we have to go into the initialization. We have to go one page over, and then we have to input some weight numbers to here. So we're gonna go into this page. The zero fuel weight is 129.6. So we're gonna go 129.6 on the CDU, and then we're gonna say slash, because there's two blocks of information that we're putting here. And then we're gonna go to the CG, center of gravity, 32.4. 32.4. So this is telling us this is the weight of the airplane with the payload on and no fuel. And this is where the center of gravity is resting on the airplane, whether it's forwards or backwards. I'm gonna put these numbers in, and then the block fuel, we should be able to get this number. So 11.1. We have our takeoff weight. Now all of our numbers have come up. That's perfect. Now let's go into the performance page. And keeping these numbers in mind, let's go ahead and do our, I think we have to do takeoff. Calculate, yeah, it's in here because, look data.
On to 8521, go ahead.
And
We're just wondering
we'll
because
there, so 150, 151, 151.
On to 8521 heavy, I got you 555.
151. Put it in there. 151. This is how it's done at the airlines. They have their own calculations, but they take everything into effect, right? They take in the temperature, they take in what runway you're on, they take in characteristics of the runway, the gradient, whether it's upsloped or downsloped. That's right there. Where the wind is coming from the temperature,
this information Bravo is now current, wind 25010, altimeter 299.
Air pressure, the takeoff weight, your configuration for takeoff. We have a flaps 1 configuration. Alright, we're very close to getting ready to get out of here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to start the preparation for the APU. The auxiliary power unit is a little jet engine that sits inside the nose cone of the jet. Let's go outside to get a good look. So, if you've ever wanted to know why there's a hole in the back of the plane, it's because there is a little jet that sits inside there. The reason why is because it takes a lot of power to start these jets, and so you can start a smaller jet with just electrical power. It's a little easier to do that. Where's the intake for it? Where's the intake door for that APU? I know on the 737 there's a door here, I think. That might be it, actually. That might be the APU door. If we turn it on, we could probably switch outside and see if that's what happens. So it takes in air, burns fuel, and then the exhaust pops out of here, and its only job is to provide bleed air for the engines and other systems, and also what's it called? And power for the airplane. But it's not enough to like push the airplane or any of that. That's what the jet engines are for. So to start priming that system, we're going to turn the APU system on, and then this page switches over, show us that system, and then we're going to start the system. It should start doing. Let's see if that door opened up. You definitely hear it turning on now. I don't know where that open door is. And we see the indications of this is the turbine speed, that's what that N means, of that shaft, the EGT or the exhaust gas temperature, so that's how hot the exhaust is getting. That tells us that fuel and all that is working. And then once it gets to near 100%, you'll see the hertz is going up and the voltage is going up, so at 400 hertz, we'll have full power available from the APU.
Oh, it's 331, so call approach 5 by 5.
The APU generator is online, so we'll switch off from external power. And then turn the packs off for now, and turn the APU bleed on, so that it is feeding the engines. And then we know we're ready to go. So we're going to go into the ground support services. We're going to disconnect the ground power unit. We're going to disconnect the jet bridge. We're going to make sure that let's see, where's the hydraulic system? It'll be up here somewhere. Hydraulic system, hydraulic system, hydraulic system. This is electrical. That's fuel. WS. What's the hydraulics? Flight controls. Flight control systems. Emergency electrical power. Is it electrical? Almost 3:30 a.m. I'm going to bed. Have fun. Maybe see you going. Roman, thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. You have a good night's rest, and take care. Thank you for stopping. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate that. You have a good one. Good night. Alright. Do not see.
3439, stay by.
Let's make sure that we're not missing it. Maybe it's down here in the pedestal. No system that to speak of.
So, Calvin, Archer 282 Hotel Papa with you climbing out of 100 for 3,000 out of San Diego.
282
we're ready to go.
Papa, SoCal departure. Welcome you to our contact. Maintain VFR altitude, your discretion. Proceed on course.
Maintain VFR, correction. Maintain VFR, present altitude. Course our discretion, was that what you said, 282 Papa?
Correction, 2 Papa. Maintain disregard. Your radar contact.
Yeah, sorry about that. We filed for 2,500 to 81 Papa. Could we get 2,500?
2 Hotel Papa. I'll give that to you in just a second.
SoCal Spirit 1337 at LAX with information Bravo ready for pushback.
Swing 1337, took out departure. Welcome squawk mode Charlie. Push and start onto Echo. Approved, face east.
And squawking mode Charlie and pushback approved onto Echo facing southeast. I repeat again for Spirit 1337.
Swing 1337, push and start at your discretion. Or push and start onto Echo is approved, face east.
Push and start on the Echo approved and facing east, Spirit 1337, thanks. Okay, and yeah, that's the last thing we got to do. Squawking
3439.
6770.
Are you ready for departure?
We're ready to start a taxi to 27 and we'll be ready for departure once we get to 27.
Squawker 3439, the non-movement area goes all the way to 26, so just hold short 26 and advise ready for departure.
Oh, roger that, sorry about that. I didn't realize that.
Then above, is there both button? Okay, so transponder should be on. And, alright. Let's go ahead and it's parking brake. Parking brake is set. So now we're going to go ahead and remove the safety cones and the wheel chocks. And on the pushback system, so we'll turn the pushback system off. Call the tug. Alright, let's bust out the map to make sure what's happening. We have Delta behind us. Facing east. The tug is attached.
Toronto Papa.
Toronto Papa, go ahead.
Are we clear to descend, Toronto Papa?
Toronto Papa, maintain VFR altitude to your discretion, proceed on course.
Roger, Toronto Papa. We'll be going in Montgomery.
Attaching.
Is that understood, Toronto Papa?
And then let's turn on the beacon light.
Enter a left down
we're
one
going to let
right,
everyone
right?
know that a jet start's going to happen.
Left down for 28, right,
Nice.
Toronto Papa.
And approach Walker 3439, we're holding short 26, ready to
release
go.
the parking brake. Start the pushback.
Fucker 3439, cross runway 26, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Alright, cross 126, runway 27, clear for
Now,
takeoff.
let's
Walker
go into
3439.
the start sequence. We'll turn those on. We have the bleed on, and then go ahead and go into the ignition start sequence. SoCal Spirit 1337, nearest taxiway to us is Delta. Was that the taxiway meant for pushback?
Hey, I'm sorry. Freewing 1337, push and start onto Echoes, or correction, Delta is approved, phase east.
And pushback and start on Delta facing east, Spirit 1337. Thank you. Alright, we're out of the area. Let's go ahead and do the start sequence. What's really nice about the fly-by-wire A320 is it's all automatic. It's all done by itself. So flipping the switch, don't have to wait for the revs to come up. There we go, we have our N2 coming up right now. N1 up on the screen.
Metro Hotel Papa, runway 28 right, clear for the option.
28 right, clear to land, 28 Toronto Papa.
So we have our end speeds coming up, 45, 46. Left. And left. Turn left, damn it. Okay, let's pause it right here. We're on the doing our best to be on the taxiway. Turn the parking brake on. Attach the tug. And engine is running steadily. Let's throw the other engine switch. The Leap 1 engines on the A320neo sound terrific. I love the way they sound. Let's go ahead and set up the autopilot while we're here for our V2 speed. Altitude, our initial altitude is going to be 5,000 feet. Expect flight level 360, 5 minutes after departure.
Flight attendants, please prepare for takeoff.
Nice. The engine bleeds are on, generators are on. Go ahead and turn the AP off, and then turn on the packs. Turn the master switch off. Seatbelts on. Turn on the emergency lights. Yeah, everything checks out. And we'll configure the airplane as we start our roll. Yeah, brake fans. Let's turn the brake fans on.
And so call Walker 3439, we're passing 1.3 for 5. Runway heading.
Walker 3439, radar contact.
Go ahead and the flap switch. That configuration. SoCal departure, Spirit 1337, ready for taxi on taxiway Delta.
Swings 1337, runway 24 left, taxi at Delta, Delta 8, Echo.
24 left via Delta, Delta 8, Echo, Spirit 1337.
Walker 3469, turn left, direct to Tijuana.
Alright, so let's plan this out. We have
Alright, left
Delta's
direct to
behind
Tijuana
us.
for Walker 3439 and what was altitude?
Walker 3439, climbing
behind us.
15,000.
And 15,000, Walker 3439.
Okay, good evening, Southwest 5017, information, Bravo's
We're gonna move forward, but we're gonna ask air traffic control just for Delta 9.
Southwest
because we have to make
5017, SoCal departure, welcome, running 24 left, taxi Delta 7, Echo. Follow A3 wings A320, it's going to be coming from your left to your right.
Okay, 24 left will taxi via Delta 7 Echo and give way to Spirit, Southwest 5017.
That's the guy behind me, nice. And departure, Spirit 1337, looks like Delta 8 is behind us. We'd have to make a 180 to get around. Is Delta 9 okay? And then right on Echo?
From I give you push on to Delta face east, but taxi at Delta, Delta 9, Echo.
And taxi Delta, Delta 9, Echo for Spirit 1337. Thanks. I think we got that mixed up. We're facing the wrong way. Yeah, so that's my goof. We'll go ahead and
Walker 3439, you'll leave my airspace. No further HC available, radar steps to turn, it's change for yep.
Oh,
yeah, we're facing west. This is west. That's east. They're very, very powerful engines. We easy on the brakes. We don't want to.
Side vacated. I request taxi for active holding point 2 left.
Stand by. Delta 5017, traffic, no fast.
There's Delta 9. We're going to continue this turn onto Echo. A little bit of brake to get us around this corner.
282 Hotel Papa, looking Montgomery, taxi parking via Foxtrot Golf. Cross runway 28 left at Foxtrot, hold short runway 5 at Foxtrot.
Negative 282 Papa, we're looking for a taxi to holding point 28 left for outbound departure.
Is our flight directors? Yeah, our flight directors are
238,
automatically on.
2 Hotel Papa, Roger.
Just decided to swing out ahead of us. He's like,
Foxtrot Hotel.
screw that.
Cross runway 28 left at Foxtrot.
That's fair.
Hotel,
We were too slow on the upkeep anyway, so.
28 left at Foxtrot.
It looks like we have a center.
2 Hotel Papa, hold short, runway 23 at Hotel.
Foxtrot 30.
SoCal Southwest 5017, try to get 24 left.
Southwest 5017, Arnav Delray, wind 25010, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
Arnav Delray, 24 left, clear for takeoff, Southwest 5017.
SoCal Southwest.
Let's watch this drive.
With you through 16,000 on rocker to arrival.
Alright, so let's go back to the checklist. Make sure we do the
2208
checklist
SoCal
usage
approach, welcome to Burbank, altimeter
Parking brake,
29906, at Mikey, you're clear the ILS runway 8 approach.
NTIS required ECAM
Mikey
status
clear
check.
ILS 8 approach, Southwest 2208.
Ignition, we'll keep the ignition on for the go brakes on, and then taxi light off. Then norm, yeah, we'll keep the ignition on for the departure sequence.
282 Papa, holding short 2
This trim has been set. It's set by the
282 Hotel Papa, cross runway 23 at Hotel.
Cross 2
neutral. Control. Check through the full motion of the rudder check.
SoCal departure, Cap 8, 92 heavy, 1,800, climbing via the seaward,
Engine mode select as required. We'll keep it on ignition until.
Cap 8, 92 heavy, SoCal approach, welcome to your contact.
Cam system, auto brake, max, seatbelts on, cabin check, spoilers armed.
Departure Southwest 5017, out of 1000.
Spoilers armed, flaps to take off. Takeoff configuration. Is there a button for
Southwest
that?
5017, radar contact, climbing 8,000.
Up to 8,000, Southwest 5017.
Cabin is ready. The lineup to runway. TCAS is required. Packs 1 and 2 is required. Nice. Okay. I turn the auto. I guess. Oh, I think auto thrust is gonna be for the full throttle. That's basically what it's gonna be. Okay. Clear the approach end, clear departure end. Let's go ahead and get ready to go. 5,000 feet, managed heading, managed altitude. Let's do this. SoCal departure, Spirit 1337, holding short 24 left on Echo, waiting IFR release.
Swing 1337, Arnav Delray, wind 25010, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
We have Arnav Summer 2 in our system, confirmed for Spirit 1337.
Swing 1337, affirm. The first fix on that should be Delray.
And confirm Arnav Delray for Spirit 1337, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff, Spirit 1337. Okay, yep, Delray's right there.
SoCal approach, Pilatus A2, Victor, 15,500,
right,
descending across
turn all the
Lake
lights
Hughes,
on.
1000, we have Alpha.
Air 828 Victor, SoCal approach, welcome, thank you for Alpha, expect visual approach, runway 20 right.
Roger, we'll expect a visual 20 right, A Victor, Victor.
Hey, Victor, the Burbank
Make sure we have a clear
altimeter,
runway ahead of us.
2996.
Roger, A Victor, Victor. SoCal First, good afternoon. Cessna 172
On the
Lima Kilo
lines.
is 2000 over Mission Bay, like a full stop at Montgomery.
I hate this.
172 Lima Kilo, SoCal approach. Squawk Adam.
I did, 2 Kilo.
And let's bring it up to
SoCal, November 618,
power.
Echo 1.3 for 5.
There we go.
618 Echo, SoCal departure. Welcome radar contact, maintain VFR.
We're IFR 618 Echo.
80 knots. Going to
618 Echo.
50.
Roger, climb maintain 6000.
And then
Maintain 6000, 618 Echo.
rotate at 151.
172 Lima Kilo, your radar contact over the Mission Bay. If you are, enter a left downwind runway 28 right.
You want to pitch up
Left
to
downwind
the
runway 28 right for 2 Kilo.
You're airborne.
Southwest 5017, climb maintain flight level 230.
Up to
Pitch up to the
230, Southwest
bars.
5017.
Positive rate gear up. And 400 feet AGL will
Southwest
go.
5017, contact LA Center 126.5.
Pilot on.
2652, have a good night, Southwest 5017.
Showing 1337, your radar contact, say altitude.
And passing through 1500 feet, Spirit 1337.
Showing 1337, roger, climb 5 set.
Climb via SID, Spirit 1337.
Cathay 892, heavy Los Angeles altimeter 29906, expect a visual approach runway 25 left.
2996, expect a visual 25 left, Cathay 892 heavy.
And 282 Papa, looks like we failed the run up here. So we got a
8 Del
taxi
Rey.
back to the coast.
And continue along the approach.
282 Hotel Papa, taxi parking via hotel.
Hotel to coast, after the Papa.
Gas packs 1-2 as required. Checklist as complete. I don't really like this checklist too much. Flying away from Los Angeles. Let's bring up the SID because we were given climb SID.
2 Lima Kilo, runway 28 right, clear,
So
clear for the
top
option.
is so we're
Clear
climb
for the option,
clear
clear.
to 1200 feet.
Showing 1337, contact LA Center 126.52, yeah.
And LA Center 126.52, Spirit 1337. See ya!
SoCal, number 2845 Whiskey, we're right, downwind 27, full stop.
2845 Whiskey, SoCal.
LA Center, Spirit 1337, 6,500 feet, climbing via SID.
Springs 1337, LA Center, roger.
Alright, so SID says we can go up to 12,000 feet.
Bell 7643, LA Center, good evening.
Auto thrust is on, autopilot 1 is on. We're manage speed mode, manage heading mode, and manage altitude mode. Perfect.
EPS 606, LA Center, good evening.
Alright, closing in on 10,000 feet. In the Bravo airspace, Bravo airspace is for us. Alright, 10,000 feet. We'll go ahead and go normal for the engine modes. Oh, I'm gonna lose my voice. Our waypoint is dark. 4 miles. Nice, we have a tailwind. That's probably gonna rotate.
That's 540 after Momar, descend via the Lucky 1 arrival to San Diego, altimeter is 299.7.
After Momar, descend via the Lucky 1, 299.7.
Is there no like
United
climb
540.
checklist? I'm very mad with this checklist. It's gotta be more. It's gotta be more. Alright, looking at 50 minutes to our next destination. I think sunset's in like an hour, so that's gonna be perfect. We're gonna have a nice scenic view as we
Frank 1337, clear direct, Ryzen, climb and maintain flight level 360.
Clear direct Ryzen, climb and maintain flight level 360, Spirit 1337. So we'll put that in, flight level 360, go managed, and we'll go into the direct, temporary direct. It's gonna start shifting us right, and then we got the clearance to climb up to our final cruising altitude. So you see, what he did basically he gave us a shortcut in between these 2 points right here. So instead of having to do those 2 points, there's a little bit of shortcut. That's air traffic control being very nice with us. We like this. We like this controller a lot. A very nice thing to do. If you look down below us, this is actually where we just were in that prop airplane. Doing all of our practice maneuvers over in this area. Just the different, it's a different vista, you know, ahead of us. It's pretty cool if you ask me. Past 10,000 feet, we're going to turn off the runway, turn off lights, the landing lights. I'll turn off the... I need the nav lights on, turn the wing lights off. Anything else? Groovy. Turn on the, should be a fuel page here. Electrical, flight control.
LA Center, United 26 Heavy, Battle 380.
But it's fuel page. As there's nothing in the center tank, so we won't turn the center tanks on.
At 2806 LA Center, hello.
Already only
1585. Moderate to light precipitation,
so
about 30 miles straight ahead. Advise if you need to deviate.
Very short flight. Time with the transition altitude, so we're gonna go ahead and the standard.
Roger. No, 1585.
Standardize the pressure system on the airplane, so everyone's at the same height.
Flight conditions are smooth.
Very bright outside. You got the Channel Islands off of our left. Let's get some beauty shots.
Hello, Center Walker 3439, climbing level 350.
Nice.
Walker 3439, LA Center, roger. Radar contact 10 miles west, Mexicali, VOR, climb maintain flight level 350, stay altitude.
We're getting ready to pass flight level 260.
It's actually a very, very nice airplane. Gotcha. I used to work around the Spirit Airlines A320s actually. Ooh, look at that layer. That's some fog over Santa Barbara, looks like. "40 minutes now. We'll get faster the higher
1585 radar.
we are. Oh, look at that. Look at that tailwind. That's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Ground speed is 407. And times are just tumbling down. 39 minutes now. We'll be there in 30 minutes. Easy. You love to see it.
LA Center, good day. United 2305, flight level 380, inbound Buckeye, 30 miles.
Yeah,
19 miles,
2305 LA Center, squawk
90 miles from
2722.
Horizon. Keeping our eyes outside, looking for traffic.
Squawking 2722, United
See anything on the
2305.
ADSB so far. Let's turn the terrain on. Then I don't know if the radar system works.
Yeah, 2305, radar contact 30 miles southeast Buckeye VOR.
Delta 1643, back on 6 seconds.
Thank you.
West 4526, ready to go, 26 right.
Seatbelt sign
Southwest
on.
4526, runway 26 right, clear for takeoff.
26 right, let's take off. Southwest 4526.
United 204, cross Momar,
Check
at and
everything.
maintain level 240, maintain 28 knots on transition.
Autopilot. Nice. Nice. Okay, let me get some water.
United 204, cross Momar, at and maintains level 240, maintain 28 knots on transition.
280, cross 28, Momar to 280 and maintain, was that 270?
Negative. United 204, cross Momar at flight level 240, maintain 280 knots on transition.
240 and maintain 280 knots, United 204.
United 66, cross Momar at flight level 240, maintain 280 knots on transition.
Cross Momar 240 and maintain 280 on transition, United 66.
And LA Center, Frontier Flight 4927 at flight level 380.
Frontier Flight 4927, LA Center, good evening.
Ooh, Frontier, they fly the same airplanes as
EPS
us.
606, turn 20 degrees right, vector for sequence.
20 degrees right, for you get
United 540, contact SoCal approach 128.05.
12805, United 540, good night.
Good night.
And departure southwest 4235, with you 5,000 to 1,500,
Southwest 4235, LA Center, climb and maintain flight level 380.
and up to 380, 4235.
Alright. So one thing I do like about Microsoft Flight Sim, it is a very, very pretty, let me drink some more water.
Southwest 4526, radar
Sore
contact
from all this
altitude.
talking.
Passing 4,700 for 4526.
Southwest 4526, roger, climb and maintain flight level 280, light to moderate precipitation, approximately 20 miles south of Las Vegas Airport.
Alright, 280, be looking for that precipitation for 45.
Right below us. Actually, a lot of farmland up in this area. It's actually a wetter part of California. You could believe that there's actually moisture, you know.
Walker 3439, radar service terminated, for to change approved.
Oh, there's hair
Alright,
everywhere.
back over to you,
I'm
Hong Kong,
shedding
Walker
like a
3439.
dog. And we are at 28,000 feet, so about 10,000 feet more to go. Climbing at a rate of 1,500 feet per minute. Starting to slightly descend, and our ground speed. Where's our ground speed right now?
EPS 606, same Mach number.
Got really lucky with these tailwinds. Just like a big old hand pushing us
EPS
forward.
606, radar reduced to Mach 74.
74 now, EPS 606.
LA Center, good evening. Frontier Flight 4989, flight level 360, Mach 77, speed restriction.
Frontier
467.
Flight 4989, LA Center, hello.
Anything close to like
Sorry, what'd you say
500
your speed
knots
restriction was?
ground speed is like insanely fast.
Thank you.
These These airliner jets tend to not go as fast as like some models of like I think the Cessna Longitude can cruise at like 0.9 something, and the Airbus A380 does I think either Mach 0.85, and so does the 747. So they cruise at faster speeds. We can only really realistically go as high as like,
Southwest 5017 radar service terminate
Mach
30 change group.
0.8
Good
or
night.
Over duty count, have a good night.
0.81.
Southwest 57.
So you're not limited by like the power of the engine. You're limited more by the effect of the shockwave forming on the nose, and basically how far back the wings are swept, and if they will start to intersect with those shockwaves, right? So that depends on the design of the airplane. For the more common like A320s and 737s,
GPS 6 clear X
they're
shell.
designed to be more fuel efficient, not to go quite as fast. So they don't have as aggressive of a sweep as do like the 747, which are meant for those long haul. They fill those things up with gobs of fuel, so that they can go really fast. But again, like the trade-off when you have those
Southwest 4526, safe flight condition.
really high like Mach numbers is really it's peanuts. It's maybe like 10,
Clear with a broken sky.
20 or 30 knots ground speed.
Roger.
So you kind of get into the whole, is it worth it to go that fast? All that other stuff. Off the brake pads for a second.
Center Southwest 56, flight level 280.
Southwest 396, LA Center, hello. At 1302, LA Center, hello.
Let's get the Ooh, look at that! Oh, you see all this green on the oh, we're getting weather. Oh, we're gonna have some fun today. We are gonna have fun. Okay, so I'm gonna get the weather information right now for San Francisco because we're only 26 minutes out at this airspeed. Gosh, we are doing 481 ground speed.
1771, level 350.
Virtual insanity. Let's see, that's the descent, the approach. Let's get this stuff
Flyer
down.
1771, LA Center, radar contact 40 miles northwest Avenue
See
on the R.
altimeter 30.04. The temperature is 170. Oh man, it is Bobby.
1337, radar service terminate for any change approved. Good day.
Frequency change approved for Spirit 1337. Thanks for all the help. Alright, so no longer talking to SoCal. We're outside of his jurisdiction now. So yeah, we might be going in uncontrolled into good old San Francisco. 1228. Few clouds at 300 feet, broken at 1800 feet, broken at 18,000 feet, broken at 20,000 feet. Wind is there a wind? Oh, 320 at 15. The approach and the minimums towards the approach are going to be for what are the Miss Approach requires I'm at 330 feet per nautical mile to 1,600 feet. Yes, we can do those minimums. So minimums of 213 and 2,400 feet visibility. So that's about half a mile visibility. It's pretty darn good if you ask me. So 2 on tray. Gonna be a barrel minimums. And let's see, do I set the minimums here or did I just set them right now? I think I just set them right now. Yeah, because I don't see any other place to put in the Alright. So yeah, those are our minimums, 213. Well, a lot of weather to cross over. Or we can Call it a day. We're still climbing too. 500 feet more to go. We're making that turn towards Stoked. So stoked, bro. Ground speed 472, man. All right, reaching the altitude hold mode. Have our minimum set up here. And then, no gods, no masters. Go ahead and set the airspeed to, we won't. Yeah, we'll do Mach 0.8. I've got fuel to burn, right? Plenty of fuel.
Just reached a cruising altitude for flight. It is center in. I do want to remind you to please keep your feet and elbows clear from the yaw as the flight attendants will be coming through the cabin and the galley car shortly. Also, one more reminder to please refrain from congregating with the front galley when the flight deck door is located. Thank you.
How far away from my descent point? Okay. So that's all set up. Top of descent. Does it give me a distance? 20 miles to Stoked, and then 31 miles to top of descent. I don't see any other traffic ahead of us, but we are... The top of descent is going to happen before we hit Surfer Waypoint. 20 minutes to go. And first time I had a break. Give myself a cookie. Barrel ref has been set. Seatbelt sign will be on. Will be set. Those like barrow minimums. I mean, unless I go, there's a rad nav right here. We have the, let's check the ILS frequency real quick. Check the plate for the ILS. Make sure we have the right frequency. We have the right course. Okay, those are both set. Beautiful. All right. Gotta check and verify that all that is ready to go. Into the flight plan now. Stoked waypoint, we're 2 miles away from it. We are doing damn near 480 knots across the ground. Beautiful thing. Alright, there's the waypoint. Oh, 160 miles away from the airport. Alright, so top of descent is in 31 miles. 32 miles on top of that. And for the order of the minimums, we'll clear ourselves. First of all, let's look at the arrival, and we're going to clear ourselves to the bottom of that arrival because there's no controlling frequencies ahead of us, so we're responsible for following the computer all the way down. So it looks like Eddie takes us down to 6,000 feet. Following the arrival all the way down, let's set the altitude gate down to 6,000 feet according to the plan. There we go. Now we're starting to see that weather ahead of us. Look wild. I'm at 21 miles from the top of the descent. Do I have a level change? But I'm just making sure. Push to level off. Gauge vertical speed and level off. Interesting. Once I press manage altitude mode up, that should gauge the setting that I want. $14 miles, across a lot of distance. 476 ground speed. 11885. Let's go ahead and set that up. Go over to VHF1. 10 miles from the top of the descent. And still looking at the distance. Okay, we're getting close. They're going to start preparing for capturing the descent glide path, following VNAV all the way down. Have a descent. Landing. Okay, 1 nautical mile to go. Yeah, there's the target. Go ahead and engage the autopilot. I'm gonna start descending now. The beach manage mode on the speed. Go full on the speed brakes. Start slowing down the airplane.
From the front deck, ladies and gentlemen, as we have noticed, we have begun our initial descent down to our destination. Now would be a good time to wrap up any business you need to take care of as we prepare for our approach. If you are up, once you return to your seat, we ask that you remain seated until your aircraft arrives safely at the gate. Flight attendants, please prepare the cabin for a wrap.
Come on, capture the rate of descent. Nice and easy, come on. And stop lagging on the approach. So see, this is the airspeed that the computer wants to be at. This is the glide path that the airplane wants to be at, and the airplane's kind of managing both systems at the moment. I mean, we just got to that airspeed, so I'll put the spoilers back in. Getting close. Said our approach speed is going to be 131. That's the automatic calculation coming from the FMC on this airplane. This magenta tells us that the computer is recognizing that in the ops for the arrival, we're capped at a flight level of 200, so that's 20,000 feet. So it's going to descend until it hits that point. And then once it gets to that point, it's going to continue the descent down to the altitude that we've told it to descend to. We have lots of weather ahead of us. And yeah, that agrees with what we see on the radar screen up ahead of us. So very busy stuff. We're gonna go ahead and before we get into, it's an auto mode for the cabin pressurization. Probe heat on. And we'll turn on the other anti-ice systems once we get into the clouds. Manage that well. Back into the checklist usage. Almost there. We're 12 minutes out. Very strong clouds ahead of us. Beautiful, beautiful airplane. That speed brake on. Slow down, buddy. When we get down, we want to select our auto brake. We'll get to the final approach fix and then gear down and brake fans on. Don't want to overheat the brakes. Check your speed, check your speed. Okay, now we're capped out at flight level 150. It should tell us the restrictions on here too. No set restriction over here, but there is at this speed limit deceleration is. Where's my ink? Just fucking ran out of ink. Still ink in there. Got one other pen. Why don't I just do it on Okay, we have information whiskey. Jack Daniels whiskey on board. Alright, we just set our barometer, the 3002, going out of standard. Right. Continuing our descent, now we're cleared down to 10,000 feet. That probe heat on. Good golly, we're getting close. Alright. We have the altitude at Epic. Oh my gosh, you're gonna go right into these clouds. Look at the huge clouds ahead around us. So we'll turn the NTI systems on the engine. What's the outside air temperature right now? You tell us. -1 degrees, alright. NTI systems on. Jeez. Getting into IFR conditions. Instrument meteorological conditions. When we lose visibility outside the airplane, it makes it difficult to keep our bearings. Not the PFC, it's gonna be hell upright. Okay, final altitude. So the final approach fix is 1,800 feet. So we'll set it all the way down to the approach. There's no disconnections, right? No, it takes us all the way down. Nice. Down, down, down. Okay, we passed through that layer. It's actually not that bad on the other side. Very beautiful. Okay. We have our V approach speed of 131. That's set in the system. Gotta start slowing down though, because we are quite fast. Quite fast. I'm gonna go and turn the landing system on. I'm gonna display the glide slope and localizer information on the display. And then before we get in, we're gonna go into approach mode. Then managed altitude approach. What I want to find out is how do I make sure that I'm getting the right nav source? Oh, yeah, localizer mode would help a lot with that, huh? Starting to get way close now. It's got that speed reduction, so let's go ahead and deploy the spoilers to help out with that. Julia is the final approach fix. That's this this waypoint up here. Descend, descend, slow down, slow all the way down. Whoa, Nelly. San Francisco traffic, Spirit 1337 on the Surfer for arrival, expecting ILS 28 left, San Francisco. Slow down, buddy. I say slow down. Slow all the way down. Alright, and then below 10,000 feet. Christmas tree status. I want everyone to see us. Out of the clouds. Turn off the heat systems. And we're gonna go ahead and turn the ignition system on for the engines. Make sure that we hold this altitude for this waypoint. Bay Area out ahead of us, and then I think San Jose Airport is off to our right, I think, somewhere. Yeah, that would be the airport actually right there. That's the marking for that airport. We have someone way ahead of us. Have traffic ahead of us. Where is he? Here, let's slow down for a second. Let's do like 167 or thereabouts. United Airlines 2110, this is Spirit 1337, you up on frequency? I'm showing traffic right ahead of me, but I don't see any lights on him or like anything. What's his speed? 283, yeah, we'll hang out at this airspeed for a second to, give him some room. I don't know which runway he's breaking off for. Where is he going? Why is he turning right? Making a right turn, but I don't see him. I don't see traffic ahead of me, and I don't know why he's turning right. He's doing like a right 360. I don't trust this guy at all, man. San Francisco Bravo Aerospace. Yes, thank you, Betty. Just started climbing, and I don't know why he's doing that. Crazy. Alright, what are our flap speeds? 230 knots for the first notch of flaps. We're actually right there, so as we're coming up on this first waypoint, let's go ahead and start deploying flaps. We have our approach speed loaded up here, 131. Let's go into the performance. Landing speed at 126, approach at 131. Cool. Yeah, I have to lose a lot of fucking altitude to get down to the approach course. Set up the localizer capture. And in fact, let's bring the airspeed down. Flaps 2. Go ahead and get this aircraft configured. We're on the localizer beam now.
Flight attendants, please prepare for that.
See the runways ahead of us? I do. How many miles? 3.1 miles. It'll go medium auto brake and brake fans on. Come on. Okay, finally below the glide slope, let's go into approach mode. Glide slope. Mode is armed. Put a 130 on the speed. Okay, now it's following the glide slope. And minimums are 213 for the approach. Nice, now it's following the bars on the approach. See the runway ahead of me, we have the approach lights visible from here. It's very hazy today. It said it was like 6 miles visibility, so that looks out. We'll be able to see more once we get closer to the runway. Okay, what is the flight control speed brake still out? Thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and set the arm the speed brakes. Turn flaps full, brake fans are on. Medium auto brake is set. Approach auto brake. Engine mode selected. Alright, mark checklist complete. Let's see the next checklist. Ending no blue, cabin ready. On runway 28 left. San Francisco traffic, Spirit 1337, short final, ILS 28 left, San Francisco. Uh, 600 feet above minimums, continue. See the runway? See the runway ahead of me? Airplane is continuing its descent. Have minimums is marked with this orange mark right here. 500 feet to go. That's 200 feet above minimums. Nice. 2 whites and 2 reds on the poppy, so we're right on the glide path and the glide slope as well. That's slightly to the right of the center line. There we go. And above minimums is what it's calling out.
Minimum.
Minimums, continue. We're gonna click off the autopilot. And we're gonna just butter it down.
50, 40, 30, 20.
Easy, easy, easy. Idle.
10, 5.
Okay, and then we're gonna go full reversers. Keep the roll going. Cross these runways over here. You zoom in for the airport diagram. So we're crossing, that's 01 right, and 01 left. We're gonna make Echo, it looks like, and Echo's, yeah. A slight tap on the brakey brakes. And we'll go wheels. Nice. Wheel temperature's not that hot. Very, very gentle. We took her down. Laid her down. We're gonna wait until we're clear of the runway, just like what we did with the Piper that we were flying before. See, it's all interconnected. Cells interlinked. Cells interlinked. That's how it works. Now that we're clear of the runway, we can go ahead and start configuring the San Francisco traffic, Spirit 1337 clear, 28 left on Echo, taxi to the gates. San Francisco. Alright. That's all set up. Let's go ahead and turn the lights off. Turn off. Downgrade this to a taxi light. Let's go ahead and get that bad boy started back there. And let's mosey on over to the left. Ah. Have lots of gates off to our right. Should be a much busier airport. Come on, guys. Come on, sim community. We have an after landing checklist. Let's see, no blue items. It looks like on the mission. Off. Fan AP available. Seatbelts. Spoilers armed. Close in a second. Cabin ready. After landing, I have to keep that on for a second. And for parking, we'll keep that checklist on. We should have a lot of stands over here. Let's just park in any one of these, I think. See, can we see the entry lines from here? I don't know if I can. I don't see anything. know if I see anything. I'm gonna wait until I get around the corner. Yeah, they don't have any entry points into any of these stands out here. We'll take Mike over here, no ground car traffic. We'll continue the taxi. That one has a taxi line in. Let's grab the taxi line right here. I think it needs to be better. It needs to come out with a better version of San Francisco because this is pretty minimal. I meant the insult on that one. Yeah, I'll give up. We'll take these ones over here. I'm not too familiar with like which airlines keep their jets at like which stands. Button up this airplane and get out of here. Brake to get this corner. Yeah, we'll take this one. Right. Slower, get slower, get slower. We'll turn the taxi light off. Nice and easy on the way in. Tappy taps on the brakes. On the brakes. Not see. There we go. Right about there should be good. Not quite on the line, but we don't have a system to tell us. We'll go parking brake on. We're gonna switch electrical power. We'll switch over to the electrical power once we turn the engines off. And to do that, we're going to strobes off, beacon off. And let's go to the ground services. Wheel chocks and safety cones are on. Let's connect the jet bridge. Really like that this at least works in base Microsoft Flight Sim. Really a big fan of that actually. They got one thing right. That's all that matters. Okay, and then we'll connect the ground power unit. We switch over to APU generators, so that's running everything. Sweet. Sweet sweetness. Alright, let's kick everybody off the flight. Doors open, we'll go ahead and seatbelt sign off. Portable electronic signs off, we'll leave emergency armed. Get the heck off my flight. Let's go ahead and open up the cargo doors as well. Do we have a doors page? I think we do. Yeah, let's turn the fuel pumps off as well. And, yeah. Everyone off my... Man, they take a while to get off the airplane. One person, one person, one person. Gonna take a minute. I've seen it happen too. I used to work at an airport for ground ops for an airline, and we used to have this phenomenon where only the front people would get off the plane, but you still had all this weight in the back. And what would start to happen is the nose would start to lift off the ground because all the weight was centered on the back, and so we'd have to like stop the deboarding, have to wait for people to move their weight forward, and yeah, we watched like the front strut like recompress itself again. It was funny. And it's like one of those things like you never think, oh, it's loading baggage is loading stuff on? No, I don't want that. No. Well, I forgot to do it when we started it anyways. Yeah, that's a very nice, they have, like, like you can almost stand up. It's such a big cargo space underneath the airplane. On the 737, like I'm a very small guy, and even I still couldn't put my head up in the airplane. It takes about what 10 minutes to load everybody off the airplane. Our turnaround time at Avella was like 20 minutes. It was something ridiculous. No, wait, you come back. You come back, sir. Alright, so if I play it again, does it play the animation of taking the cargo, what, out? And it used to make a sound too. It made a louder sound when it opened up. Such a big door too. It was opened automatically, and I can't remember if it's like there's a lever over here. I knew how to drive these too. I've driven those before. Yeah, it looks like the first row of that is... Okay, cool. So it just plays an animation. Oh, what? It's putting more baggage on? This is not accurate. Well, it's showing as all the cargo is out, so... I'm breaking it. Fast. You get off my airplane, you get the heck out of here. want to go home and see my wife and kids. Dad's already being blamed for not being around. People aren't even getting off in order. Huh, it disappears unless I... Weird. Oh, I am radiating everybody off the on the ground, huh? And the doesn't even show anything on the screen, so any wonder? See, it's in real time tracking all those weights. They're gonna move inwards and downwards as soon as that weight is removed off the tail. We're back inside limits. Oh, and there goes the nose. Oh, that's funny. So yeah, the plane is moving. It's actually doing the same thing it did in real life at a velo. Nice, everyone is off the airplane. Hit our route, we had our fun, so nice. So that's my theory of mind. That's my, my mantra. You work hard, you play hard, right? So we did the work today by practicing all the stuff that I'm gonna be preparing for in real life, and then we rewarded ourselves with a nice, relaxing, balls to the wall airliner operation today, kind of looking at where we are now and looking into the future kind of thing, which is really nice. And now comes the fun part where we get to figure out I'm gonna send you all off to. I'm gonna do a raid today. Wow, I hate this new layout. Really hate this new layout. Someone had said, yeah, there had been like a new update or something, and I agree. Let's see what Coops is doing. I have to wait 30 seconds for an ad. Ludicrous. This is not the golden path. Alright. Go ahead and switch over to the ground power, and we'll go ahead and turn the packs off. Alright. He's still around. We'll go ahead and raid. What's the channel name? It's worth. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and raid over to my friend Oopsworth. Right now he's playing. What are you playing? Looks like they're playing I don't know what that game is. Looks like it's an adventure game. Looks like an indie adventure game that they're playing. But this is my friend Cooper. He's another real life pilot, and we're kind of right at the same point in our aviation journey. So really cool stuff. What's going on, and yeah, give him. I'm gonna send you all over. Please give him all the love in the world, and give him a follow. And but for me, on my end, thank you so much for joining me on the fun we had today on Microsoft Flight Sim. Please help me out with a quick follow. That helps me out in my progress as a small content creator and get this thing up off the ground and flying. Until next time, folks, be safe, be hydrated, and I'll catch you all later.
Sir,